Okay, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, February 18th, 2020 City Council and Successor Agency to the Redevelopment Agency meeting. At this time, will you all rise and join us? We have Renaissance School International, who will perform the national anthem and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the moment of solemn expression by David Main from Calvary Chapel in Costa Mesa. Students? Allegiance to the of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, students, if you could just stay standing for just a moment. Pastor Main.
All right. All right. It's an honor to be with you again this evening. And Lord, we just come before you and we thank you, Lord, for this young group. Lord, just warming our hearts tonight as we start out, and bless them, bless their families. We ask your blessing upon our mayor, upon the entire council. Once again, Lord, our city attorney and the entire city staff. We do recognize once again also the fire department here in Costa Mesa and the entire police force. We ask your blessing and your continued hand upon them, Lord, to keep them, Lord, in the duty of their calling, to protect us and to keep our city safe. Lord, bless tonight all the matters that are before us with wisdom and understanding, and a measure, Lord, and a counsel, Lord, of discussion too. Continue to bring peace upon our city and all that's here. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Okay, thank you, students. Okay, City Clerk, may we please have the roll?
Let the record reflect that all council is present.
Okay, if we could have some quiet as you're leaving the chambers. Okay, tonight, City Attorney, any closed session report? Hold on. No, that's not how it works. Okay. Is it on? Okay, go ahead.
Now it's on. There was no reportable action taken in closed session, Madam Mayor.
All right. Thank you. And at this time, we have presentations. We will have our first presentation will be our Bike and Walkability Committee annual presentation by Ms. McDonald, the chair of the Bike and Walkability Committee. Ms. McDonald, welcome.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Foley and council members. I'm Cynthia McDonald, the chair of the Bikeway and Walkability Committee, and tonight I'm going to present the committee's annual report. So the committee was founded back in 2015. The names of our current committee members are in the green box. In addition, our council liaisons are Arliss Reynolds and Andrea Marr. The Chamber of Commerce liaison is Brent Stoll, and the school district liaison is Dr. Bauermeister. Our committee's mission is to focus on the review and update of the city's active transportation plan, or ATP, and improvements to be made to bikeways and pedestrian facilities in the city. We also evaluate the bikeability and walkability of our city in order to make recommendations for improvements to you. Active transportation is important to Costa Mesa because it improves our physical and mental health. It's cost efficient, it's good for business and real estate values, and the residents like good trails. It's important to the environment, and also the City Council's priorities include implementing active transportation strategies to alleviate traffic and parking issues in the city. So what do we do? Since our last report, we continue to work on closing gaps and fixing the missing links in our bikeways. Some projects require the use of green paint to alert drivers to conflict zones, also sharrows, and striping modifications. And we'll continue to prioritize new projects as others are completed. You may have seen the 70 new bike racks in our parks and other locations in the city. In addition, our activities include a framework for a commercial bike rack program. We gave input on the upcoming pedestrian master plan, or PMP, which received much of its funding from SCAG, and we conducted our own walk audits because not every street will be studied as part of the PMP. We also had educational presentations at our monthly meetings, and we reviewed improvement projects and roadway vacations and provided input to the city. We submitted a memorandum with our recommendations for a mobility share pilot program last May. There is a bill pending in the California legislature concerning local control of such devices, so it's important that we are ready when that bill passes. In addition, we submitted a draft healthy eating, active living resolution in order to satisfy a goal in our active transportation plan. We also identified and ranked events that promote cycling and walking. These are events in which the committee would like the city to participate and fund or partially fund. We participated in Walk to School Day at 5 elementary schools, which is one more than last year. Our goal is to eventually have participation by all the schools, but on different days of the week in which Walk to School occurs. The kids really love interacting with the cops, and it's a great outreach event for everyone. We also participated in the bike rodeo at Kaiser School and other outreach events such as concerts in the park and the Scarecrow event. And while this isn't a bike committee event, I want to put in a shout out to Councilmember Reynolds for these monthly rides. Biking is a great way to learn about things in the city that you didn't know were there. The committee currently has 7 subcommittees, and our newest subcommittees are the Walk Audit and Open Streets subcommittees. In the future, the committee will be working with the SCAG consultant on the PMP. We'll be recommending implementation of projects from the ATP for the upcoming budget. We'll be performing more walk audits and making recommendations on more bike racks. We'll also continue to review projects from the perspective of a cyclist and or pedestrian. We'll recommend improvements to Bear Street. Well, actually, this has been done. You should have received our memo last week. We'll also review the comments regarding share mobility and the HEAL resolution. We'll work on planning open streets events and work on a request to develop a process to work with staff on walk audit recommendations. And these are some projects that are in progress and the committee members are very excited about. One is the Class 2 and 3 projects, which are going in throughout the city. Also, the citywide bike racks. And note that the racks in front of facilities often relate to those facilities, such as the tennis racket-shaped racks in front of the tennis center. These are projects that are in design phase. Merrimack is in final design and due to start construction. And the West 17th project is in final design, but we need to get funding for that. In addition, these are projects that are in design phase. The West 19th project between Placentia and Marina View Park. Adams Avenue Multipurpose Trail, there is a public outreach meeting coming up later this month. And the Polarino Channel Trail, note that Orange County Public Works is studying channel improvements on that one. And two more, the Adams Pine Creek intersection improvements and Fairview Road. These are both projects to improve safety of pedestrians and cyclists, but we're awaiting Caltrans review and approval. And that is it. Thank you so much. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions? Please ask for the queue.
Make comments too, right?
Is it working? Okay. Do I have the right button first? Oh, it's
I'm going to
I'm
take
sorry.
Okay.
I apologize.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to thank you, Cynthia, and all of the Bike and Walk Committee members. You guys work so hard. It was really neat over the winter holidays. We get some residents requesting, just kind of sharing questions and concerns about streets in their neighborhood, and committee members going out there doing walk audits with them. All of the energy around the bike rides is really fun, and it's been neat to see kind of a growing group getting excited about improved walkability and bikeability in our city. From little kids, we've had 7 and 8 year olds on our rides, and to seniors in the city who have no other choice but to walk and take public transportation. So it's really neat to see how diverse the advocacy is around those efforts, and want to thank you for all of your efforts in that. And then, of course, thank the transportation team. I know lots of new ideas coming, lots of real interest in this, and thank you for working on this and all of the really exciting projects that are going to come to fruition this year. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Oh, there it is. Okay, now.
Oops, turn this off.
Okay, there we go. Now it's working. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm really sorry if you had a slide on this and I missed it, but are we doing anything with scooters and shared bikes?
Yes, that's the mobility share, and we
Okay.
did do an outline of a pilot program for that. And so we're waiting to get comments back from various departments.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
welcome.
You guys are awesome.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate all the work that you're doing. Okay, at this point in time, we'll have our next presentation, which is the Costa Mesa Minute. Mr. Bora. And before you do that, thank you to all the committee members in the audience tonight as well.
Hey there, Costa Mesa. It's Dean Bora, and this is your special City Council edition of the Costa Mesa Minute. Here's a quick look at some upcoming events and activities you may be interested in. A series of farm and garden classes offered every Saturday at Centennial Farm continues. And Mesa Water continues their series of neighborhood chats throughout the community. Share your thoughts about current issues, including the district's development of local and reliable water supplies, ongoing water use efficiency efforts, and more. Registration is still open for the upcoming Community Emergency Response Team Training hosted by Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue. The weekend course takes place this weekend. Learn more about programs, activities, and resources available to seniors at the Costa Mesa Senior Center's annual On Par Social. It takes place Wednesday, February 26th. And that same evening, the Public Services Department will be holding a public outreach meeting to gather the community's input on the Adams Avenue Improvements Project. The meeting will take place in the multi-purpose room at Adams Elementary School. The Chamber of Commerce is hosting their annual Battle for the Bottles, a Texas Hold'em poker tournament and fundraiser on Thursday, March 5th. More info is available on the Chamber website. Mayor Katrina Foley and the Chamber of Commerce invite you to celebrate International Women's Day on Monday, March 9th at Cafe Sevilla with special guest speaker Jamie Goldman Marseille. And the Costa Mesa Sanitary District invites Costa Mesa residents to apply for the Citizens Advisory Committee, which is a group of 11 district residents that meet bi-monthly and provide the Board of Directors with recommendations and input regarding solid waste and wastewater issues, as well as district policies and programs. Remember, you can always check out the regular edition of the Costa Mesa Minute for more info about what's going on here in Costa Mesa.
Thank you. Next is our Costa Mesa Bridge Shelter and Homeless Services update. Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and public. I'm pleased to give this update tonight. We started providing updates at every city council meeting regarding our efforts related to homelessness and homelessness prevention in order to make sure that the community always has very timely information on this important matter. So tonight I'd like to highlight some of the efforts that we've been making related to our activities around homelessness, specifically in the area of workforce development and job preparation for those in need. And so our street outreach and bridge shelter staff have been actively helping veterans in particular by helping them apply for housing at the soon-to-be open Veterans Village in Santa Ana. We currently have 22 veterans that are on the veteran registry that have ties to Costa Mesa, 6 referrals to the Santa Ana Veterans Village, which is opening soon with 75 units. 2 have been housed at the Cove in Newport Beach. 9 other veterans have been housed since the January 2019 count, so we continue to provide service to many individuals who are homeless, but I'm really happy to announce the work that we're doing related to veterans in particular. In terms of our workforce issues, the bridge shelter and the outreach teams have also helped individuals get back on their feet in terms of finding employment through a firm that we've partnered with called Chrysalis. It's a nonprofit organization that's dedicated to creating self-sufficiency for homeless and low-income individuals by providing the resources that they need to find and retain employment. So we're really happy to have that partnership with Chrysalis and to get people back on their feet. And with this partnership, we've been able to help as many as 19 people get prepared for employment. But Chrysalis is only one of the many partners that we work with to do this. We also wanted to mention Trellis, Goodwill, Second Chance Orange County, Working Wardrobes, which is a nonprofit that accepts donations of work clothing for folks that are re-entering the workforce, and more. And we've been able to refer as many as 58 people. So really proud of the work that we're doing at the Bridge Shelter and also with our outreach teams as it relates to our veterans in particular, also helping people to get back to on the employment roles, which is key. So very happy to have these essential partnerships. And then lastly, just wanted to mention that on our Airway property and our permanent shelter site, we're near the completion of the design phase of this property. That property is being converted from its previous industrial use to a residential use. And so we're almost at the completion of the design. We'll be bringing a contract back to the council. I believe it is in late March or early April. And just about, and we'll have further information then. I also wanted to announce that on March 10th, Tuesday, March 10th, at our study session, we will be providing a more in-depth update related to homelessness, the status of our permanent shelter, the cost to retrofit that permanent shelter from an industrial use to a residential use, and many other updates. And so we'll be providing more information about that. But please take note that on March 10th, we will be providing another update. And then for additional information at the ready, whenever you'd like it, is please check our website at www.costamesa.gov/homelessness, www.costamesaca.gov/homelessness for more information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now is the time in the meeting for public comments for items that are not on our agenda. If you wish to speak to an item not on our agenda, please come to one of the two podiums. Ms. McNabb.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Mayor Foley, members of the council, and City Manager Farrell Harrison, members of the public. My name is Liz McNabb. I am the District Coordinator for State Assemblywoman Kati Petrie-Norris, and I'm here to give a brief update on the work that the Assemblywoman is doing up in Sacramento. I would like to let everyone know that our Small Business of the Year nomination period is open, and I know that we have so many fabulous small businesses here in Costa Mesa, so we definitely want to highlight that opportunity to have them be recognized by the State Assemblywoman, and that will go until March 30th, so you can check out the website to nominate your favorite local business, small business. And also, last meeting I mentioned that we are also doing our Women of Distinction event coming up, and nominations for that close tomorrow. So if you want to make a last-minute nomination for Women of Distinction, you can still do that. And then also we are having on March 14th a Young Women's Empowerment Conference at Orange Coast College, and girls from grades 7 through 12 are invited to join us for a day-long session of conferences and women in leadership that are doing really good things in our community. So we are working with all the local schools on bringing students together to celebrate in honor of Women's History Month. And also the Assemblywoman Petrie-Norris's legislative package will be complete by Friday. All legislation has to be submitted by that time. She has introduced 8 pieces of legislation so far, including Assembly Bill 2223, which is our bill addressing the sober living home licensing requirements. And also another one I think that would probably be of interest to most families in Costa Mesa is AB 2136, which is a family caregiver tax credit of up to $5,000 a year. And then she's also focusing on some issues that address climate change and sea level rise, and at the next meeting, I can give a further update once all of her bills have been submitted. And I would just like to thank you for the opportunity, and also say that I do get to go to quite a few council meetings, and the way we've been starting these meetings with the young kids singing has been really uplifting, and I commend the council for doing that, because it really is special. So thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, and thank you for all of the happiness that you spread. You and Councilmember Reynolds made the happiness list, so I know you both bring happiness to me, and Flo as well. Ms. Martin?
Flo Martin, creeping up on 53 years residence in Costa Mesa. My husband and I participate in almost all of Arliss's third Sunday of the month bike rides on our tandem. And this last Sunday, we did discover something new, sidecar donuts. OMG.
Yes.
We were there around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the customer line was out the door and down the block. It was incredible. My main purpose here tonight is to thank you, to give out a shout out, a warm fuzzy, a heap good, whatever it takes, to the Costa Mesa Police Department. As a member of the Bikeway and Walkability Committee, I follow closely their crime info app almost every day. Today, from midnight until 3 o'clock, when the last time I checked, almost or exactly 22 traffic stops. That is phenomenal. I prefer to walk rather than drive. My husband prefers to bike. And I am seeing drivers being more considerate to little old ladies in tennis shoes like me. And I am thankful that we are really clamping down on speeding in Costa Mesa by giving out traffic tickets. Thank you, Costa Mesa Police Department.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Foley, members of the council. My name is Gretchen Copy. I'm a resident at 3400 Avenue of the Arts. I'm also a teacher at Tewinkle Middle School. I'm here tonight because I want to address some issues going on with the Orange County Museum of Art construction build at 3333 Avenue of the Arts and the Clark Construction Company and their continued violations of the exterior noise ordinance and their building permit. My apartment directly faces this construction site, so I've spoken with the city to be informed about what their permits allow. And they're allowed to build on weekdays at 7 a.m., Saturdays at 9 a.m., no Sundays and no holidays. Weekly, they've been beginning as early as 6 o'clock in the morning, and on Saturdays at 7 a.m. I've spoken with the city, with the code enforcement multiple times, as well as Costa Mesa PD. I've called when the violations are happening, and the most recent ones being Monday the 10th at 6:10 a.m., Saturday the 15th at 7 a.m., yesterday a government holiday, and today at 6:42 a.m. Today, the Chief of Inspection, Danny Acevedo, responded and said that he gave them a good talking to about this. My neighbors and I really just want this non-permitted noise to stop, and the warnings that they're continually given don't seem to be working. Clark Construction is a huge construction company that builds nationally, and one of their main offices is located in Irvine. So they are very much aware of what times they're allowed to be building and when they're not. It seems that they're kind of going by the rule of it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask permission. This last Saturday when they began at 7, it was pretty easy to call code enforcement and have them go out and respond because there was 2 hours for them to do it. The ones that are really tricky are the weekdays when they're starting at 6:40, 6:45, because they're aware that if someone calls and complains, it's going to take more than 15 or 20 minutes for a response, and then they're showing up past 7 a.m. And what I was told by code enforcement was they have to be caught in the act for them to do anything about it. So the weekdays are really challenging to get anything done. What I'm asking for is the city to remedy this and cite Clark Construction and potentially pull their permit if it is warranted. And I would please hope that you would put your residents first and not the speedy build of a museum. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could, Mr. Curtis is going to give you his card, and also if you could leave your name and contact information with the clerk in the back. Okay, and then we'll follow up with you. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Josh Copeland, and this is my business partner, Keith Page. And we've met with some of you already previously, and we want to bring co-living to Costa Mesa and start the discussion on what that is and what that could look like for our city and for our affordable housing needs. And we are going to do the presentation next Tuesday, but we just wanted to introduce ourselves tonight because there are a couple of you that we're just trying to get in to see before that meeting, just to talk about what we want to do. So, anyways, I think that's it.
Okay,
yeah.
Great. Thank you. Connor Locke is in the back. He's walking right there with the tie. If you want to touch base with him, and he'll get you on our calendars.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming down.
Have a good evening.
Okay, next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Foley and fellow city council members. I appreciate the opportunity to present my issue this evening, and I thank you for your time. This is the first step. I've been looking for almost 2 years, going through various avenues to try to find a small portion of land that is useless or unused or not needed too much for pets that are in shelters, dogs, for them to have a place that we would pick up each of the dogs at various vet hospitals or boarding or shelters and bring them to this location so that they would be able to run and exercise, which helps their mental attitude, their digestive, their system, their ability to sleep, and things like that. Most of them don't get to do anything except sit in that cage until somebody hopefully adopts them. So I came from Chicago to California many years ago to train guide dogs for the blind. So my passion most certainly is to do what I can for the animals. So I've noticed many locations in all the cities, Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley, Costa Mesa, et cetera, where the land could be easily used safely for this purpose. So I'm here tonight to seek advice and counsel as to how to proceed with this and to try to get it accomplished as soon as possible.
Thank you. We have a dog park in the city. It's on Arlington Street, and Ms. Aguilar could probably give you some information about that. It's currently available.
Thank you, Mayor, but the situation with the bark parks sometimes are a bit unruly, and we would sort of interview the dogs, so to speak, before they could be taken and let run free, because it's a matter of seconds before a dog could get seriously injured or a person. So we're looking for a separate piece of land, 10,000 square feet, 20,000 square feet, or whatever is available, and try to make it more private.
Okay, if you want to give your information to, and maybe Mr. Setharaman can give you his card as well. Thank you so much for coming down. Next speaker.
Thank you. It's sort of with a heavy heart that I continued some research and found that last Thursday, February 13th, there was a Superior Court action filed against the city of Costa Mesa, naming our city manager, our mayor, and our mayor pro tem regarding the treatment of our Chief Rob Sharpnick. We all know that Chief Sharpnick was a 25-year veteran of Costa Mesa coming up through the ranks. He had a flawless reputation, and to know that the man was not one to lose his temper, was always one to try to quell any type of issue. However, when the police budget last year came into a lot of heat, it also brought with it a lot of bad feelings and a lot of acts toward him that were retaliatory. And including in that was threatening of an investigation in order to manufacture entirely non-existent causes to fire him at some time. Now, this is a 37-page complaint. If you want a copy of this complaint, any resident that's listening, you can go on Facebook on Costa Mesa Sandbox, and it's actually on a link on that page. And you can read all 37 pages for yourself. And I think every resident should read it. It's 37 pages of allegations that are absolutely stunners and gut-wrenching. One particular one that really came to mind, and I'm going to read directly from the claim. It's after Sharpnick executed a document, both the city manager Harrison and city attorney Barlow, despite both having specific knowledge of a Public Records Act, requested all emails to and from Chief Sharpnick from April through October 18, 2019, that he asked the people to verbally destroy and delete the documents. Sharpnick received subsequent confirmation that documentation had in fact been destroyed and deleted. Sharpnick subsequently told the city manager Harrison and city attorney Barlow that this was, to say the least, extremely troubling, and that he trusted and expected the city to timely and properly respond to these requests. That particular one I put in. So I'm really dismayed that when you put in a public information request that retroactively these documents are being deleted. Therefore, transparency and any type of honesty is being diminished. Read this for yourself. There's just absolutely stunning allegations that put our city in financial jeopardy.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Council. I want to thank all of you for your professionalism and courtesy toward one another. Seriously, we need to see more of it. I don't want to see any more attacks like children from the council. It's time we started acting like adults. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Robin Leffler. I'm also concerned about several areas that in the city that I feel have not been terribly transparent. One was the ad hoc committee of the Fairview Development Center, no notice given to the public, no minutes of the meetings, and a recommendation that even other council members had not seen when they got here. But I also have read this lawsuit and am a little bit flabbergasted at the whole situation. Of course, I was aware of it. I've always been a fan of cheap sharp necks and just about every police chief our city's ever had. He said, he's in this suit, says that he began to have and to disclose and report concerns regarding the improper budget process, as well as how the proposed budget would negatively impact various aspects of the police department morale and its ability to keep city citizens safe. I saw this for myself in our city budget and some of the things that weren't being funded. As referenced above, this is going way back, that Sharpneck, City Mayor Foley and City Mayor Pro Tem Stevens met in Sharpneck's office, and neither of them seemed to appreciate what he did when he told them about his career and some of his many accomplishments. He also told them that he was 50 years old and thus eligible to retire at any time. But he remained because he had a lot more he felt he could accomplish that was positive for our city. As referenced above, City Mayor Foley then told Sharpneck that she was sort of the city manager. Sharpneck responded by requesting assistance regarding the budget issue. City Mayor Foley changed the subject, did not answer Sharpneck's question, and did not provide any assistance. During March and April of 2019, Sharpneck was told in sum that the police department budget would be extremely negatively affected. Mayor Foley also claimed to Sharpneck in writing that she had no knowledge of the budget process, blaming everything on Letourneau and City Finance Director Kelly Telford. I don't know anything about the budget, and your memorandum made me look bad, she was quoted as saying. Later that day, Sharpneck met with Letourneau, who told Sharpneck that City Mayor Pro Tem requested that Letourneau fluff the budget. Letourneau told Sharpneck that she had City Mayor Pro Tem Stevens that she would quit before she would do anything unethical like that. So there's a lot more here. It's very meaty, and I do encourage concerned members of the public to take a look at this. There's two sides to every story, of course, but there's a lot of truth here.
Next speaker, please.
Really, ladies. Okay, so wake me up when it's all over. I'm sorry, but
March 4th.
Anyway, so okay, so it's campaign time. So when you get your little pieces in the mail, it's really fun to look on the back and see who paid for them. For instance, this is one that came out against Katrina Foley, which I'm totally for Katrina Foley. I think she would do a great job up there in Sacramento. But look who is paying for it. Edison, of course, you know, the cell phone towers, they don't like you fighting back. The Chevron company, I mean, look who look who's paying for all this. And then, I'm sorry, but there's always the dark, dirty cash, sober living money running through our county. And yes, they do contribute. Yes, they do. It's usually to Republicans or opponents of people that are fighting this. Lock, stock, and barrel. So when I go to fill up my car with gas tonight, right in front of Grant McNiff's house, head of the Orange County Sober Living Network, what do I see? A Dave Mint sign. Then on the way over here, I see, it's the only other place I see in the east side of Costa Mesa anyway, which has been particularly inundated with sober living. I see another house with a Dave Min sign, which is also connected to this. I think before people vote, they ought to look at who is behind whom, or who, however you say that. And I'm sorry, but if you care, if you're a surfer or a sailor or a biker or a hiker, you cannot vote for anybody but Katrina Foley, because Dave Min has done nothing about the airport expansion. Morlock has done nothing about the airport expansion. You're the only person that seems to have done anything about this. You're totally opposed to offshore drilling. And what I found particularly interesting is the Sierra Club gave Morlock a 0 rating, and the NRA gave him a 100% rating. Now, come on, Costa Mesa, who do you want to vote for in Orange County? I mean, this is who I want up in Sacramento. Please catch a wave. Get Katrina up there, keep Cotty up there, and get Harley back to Washington. We can do this. We can get this done. Particularly, I applaud what you've done about sober living and the homeless in our city. I'm not a one-trick pony, but you've really done something on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I attended the study session about the budget, discussion of the budget, and I have a lot of concerns about the spending that's being done, and a lot of it doesn't appear to be sustainable. And especially with all the additional personnel that's being added, it seems like there's some areas that are empire building. So I have a lot of concerns about the sustainability. And moving on to another item, I have a lot of concerns with the speeding and the red light and stop sign running, especially on the east side. I know that the police staffing is not what it should be. However, it's a very dangerous situation when you have come to a four-way stop and the cross traffic doesn't stop. And so I have a lot of concerns. I think we need some enforcement, especially on the east side. The red light running on Newport Boulevard, especially at Broadway, is rampant. And it's becoming very dangerous for pedestrians to attempt to cross this intersection. The other issue a couple of previous speakers mentioned is the action filed by Chief Sharpneck. I've read through some of it, and I find some of it very disturbing. So I hope you need to realize how you, somebody brought up the issue about treating people better. I think you also need to be able to treat your employees a lot better as well. So I think you can perhaps all learn something from that. And I am, again, very concerned about some of the issues that were brought out in that lawsuit. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we will have council member comments, and we will start with Councilmember Chavez, or whoever's in the queue. Oh. Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you everyone for coming to our council meeting. I'll begin today by saying how much we appreciate our public works department. They do so much good for our community. One of the things I've been hearing a lot in my district, in District 4, is the joy people see when they have their street repaved. It's a really big, small thing we can do for our residents that gives them a great sense of joy and a sense of like, oh, I'm being heard by our council. So once again, thank you to our department for public services. And with that, I have a few requests. A few things I heard these past 2 weeks talking to people in my district. I'll just go down the list, north to south. First thing on Joanne Street, a few people who live next to the golf course that we own have been getting golf balls hit to their cars. When I was walking back there, I noticed that we have a really small segment of really high fencing, but that only covers the houses, not the apartments. So maybe we can see about expanding that to cover the entire stretch along Joanne and the bike trail, because I hate to see someone being hit when they're biking or walking there. Going down a bit down a little bit to Darrell Street, The street sign that states the times that people need to put their bins out, and when they can't park for street sweeping, is also whited out. So people who are parking there, who don't live there, are getting tickets a lot because they can't see the street sign. It's kind of a little old. Working our way down to Wilson Street, between Placentia and Pomona, I'm hearing a lot of people saying that it's kind of dark at night. I know that's something that's more to do with Southern California Edison, but if we can find any way to get more lighting on there, maybe some like dimmer lighting because it is residential neighborhoods, that would be awesome. And someone did mention that there's a light bulb out on one of the light bulbs. I'll say the number. It's 1841446E. And lastly, to everyone in my district, as you can tell, I love the nitty-gritty stuff. That's what I love doing. We are working on compiling a list of large item pickups. One thing we want to see improve in our district is everyone should know if they have a large item to be picked up, like a mattress or an old furniture, who to call. So we're working on that for you guys. And lastly, just want to comment quickly on what Josh and Keith said earlier about co-housing. We do have a really high number for RENA. We should be looking at all options for housing to see what we can do to not only fit the numbers for RENA, but make sure we have some affordable housing for people who are my age, who are working professionals in the city of Costa Mesa. You know, one thing I always remember is the press is going to bring 5,000 new jobs to our city. That is amazing. We need economic growth in Costa Mesa, but we also need a place for the employees to sleep at night. Because if not, it's just going to be traffic on the 405. And I don't want to have 5,000 new cars on the 405 freeway. So that would be awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, Councilmember Marr.
Thank you. So thanks to my very loving, very kind husband, I spent my Valentine's Day doing a ride-along with the police department on Friday night, which was wonderful. First of all, you always learn something doing a ride-along. The chief's laughing in the back. You always learn something doing a ride-along. You get a different perspective of the city. It's midnight on a Friday night, so you inherently see things that, I go to bed at like 9 o'clock at night. I don't normally see. And so it was just all around a really enjoyable experience, very eye-opening for a lot of reasons. I try to do ride-alongs fairly regularly. And it was with a lateral transfer. So somebody who came to our city from another city and was talking about the difference in culture and how much more he liked it here. So it was a really positive experience. Earlier that day, I had another interaction with our police department that was not as positive, and that was because I saw an altercation occurring, and I was a little bit concerned that it was going to keep escalating. It was in front of a school, and so I called 911. Police officers were there within about 4 minutes, immediately sort of addressed the person, took care of what was going on. And I think one of the things, I sort of said afterwards, I'm like, gosh, I know you guys were probably busy. They're like, no, this is exactly what we're here for. And I think a lot of residents feel that way, right? They don't want to bother. Maybe somebody's like in a car accident. Is my thing as important, right? And I just want to encourage the public that, like, when in doubt, call. Let the police department do their job, triaging what's more important, what they're going to go to first. But if you have a concern and you're witnessing something, I see this on Nextdoor all the time, where people are saying, I saw this really bad thing happen. I'm going to put it on the computer, right? Which is like, that's great, but call 911 or call the non-emergency line, which, for reference, is 714-754-5252. Yes, I repeat it all the time up here because I think it's important for people to know there is an outlet for these things. Anyway, okay, so thank you, PD. That was a fun Friday. I attended the Trellis Quarterly City Leaders Luncheon last week as well, which is really everyone involved in Trellis, all of the faith leaders in the community talking about their initiatives, a lot of it related to homelessness, but a lot of it honestly just related also to neighboring and to how we can do a better job just looking out for people we come across. I know one of my thoughts at leaving that luncheon was there's a couple of homes that I walk by in College Park all the time when I'm walking my dog in the morning, and I think there's probably some folks who maybe need a little bit of extra help gardening, maybe extra help around the house, and until you take that step of reaching out to somebody, nothing's going to happen. You're just going to think that might be a good idea to do someday. So anyway, it was also wonderful to hear City Manager Farrell Harrison speak at the Trellis event and just did an incredible job, charmed the crowd. They all came away going, wow, that's our city manager? How lucky are we? So it was a really wonderful event. I also want to thank our new Energy and Sustainability Manager, who's been on the job barely a month and a half, who managed to get us awarded, I want to read the title correctly, the Lead for Cities and Communities Grant Program, which is a joint effort by the U.S. Green Building Council and the Bank of America Charitable Foundation, which provides $25,000 worth of technical assistance to work on sustainability in our city. So, yeah, I know, 6 weeks in, she's already winning us money, which is awesome. And then last but not least, we've got a bunch of city openings: animal services, bikeway and walkability, cultural arts, Fairview Park steering, finance and pension advisory, historical preservation, housing and public services, mobile home park, traffic fee. Lots of committee openings and opportunities for citizens to get involved. And I've had probably 4 coffees this week with different people who want to apply for different positions in the city and want to understand what's going on and want to get more engaged. And so I'm really excited about that. If you've got questions about any of those things that I just read, I'm happy to be more caffeinated and meet with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker, Councilmember Mansour.
Thank you. I hope I can speak tonight without interruption. So at the last council meeting, I voted against the small cell facility ordinance that seems to have upset some on the council. Some even said I did not participate in the discussion. What nonsense. It's been going on for weeks in open and closed session, and I definitely made suggestions and comments. But it is my experience that voting after midnight produces less than optimum results. My vote is my business, and there are people who appreciated my vote. I refuse to just fall in line and vote the way Foley wants everyone to vote for. That's how they act in Sacramento. And Foley is not going to vote against the strong telecommunications lobby due to her Senate run. Foley and Stevens then went on to attack my attendance record. Stevens even called me gutless. What incredible arrogance you have, Mr. Stevens. Maybe that's what this earlier speaker wants stopped when she came up here and asked for this stuff to stop. Stevens bragged that he shows up for every meeting and that he has never missed a meeting, even due to sickness. Well, good for you. I could probably have said that during my first 3 years on the council, as you have now. I likely could have said that for my first 2 terms on council, which would have been 8 years. Your kids are older, but I will let my 5-year-old daughter know the next time she has a relapse to just deal with it. Also, I don't think our staff needs the flu. Think of all the lost productivity at City Hall and Jones and Mayer and all of their families. Hopefully I'm not infecting all of you, but that's what Stevens wants, right? Tonight you also said to me, Mr. Stevens, sounds like you are sick. And he said, I'll stay away from you. And then out of courtesy, I took a different elevator. So here I am in my 3rd term, and I have had good attendance as well, except for the last couple of months due to my daughter being in the hospital at Chalk with a serious illness and her continued recovery after she came home. And when my dad died, I might have missed a meeting to fly to the East Coast. If that was a problem, why wasn't it mentioned then? Other than that, I've been here. And for the record, not that my family's medical issues are any of Foley or Stevens' business, and I have no need to explain anything to them. This is simply for the public, to whom I am accountable. My accountability is to the public, not Foley or Stevens. But at the last meeting, Foley chimed in after Stevens. She said she would like the city attorney to look at attendance policy and salary conditions and bring back a recommendation. There are already existing regulations which govern that, and I am well within them. But Ms. Foley, my, what big politically motivated, holier-than-thou grandstanding you have with your request. And as a self-appointed attendance-checking czar, my, what big sanctimonious behavior you have. But since you have the city attorney on it for your politically motivated reasons, I want your attendance record checked as well. I want to know if you ever missed a council meeting for a ski vacation. Maybe you didn't, maybe you did, but I want it checked as well as your attendance during your entire time on council. You pretend to be nice on the outside, but my, what big arrogance you have. I also want to know the attendance record of every planning commissioner appointed by this council majority. I want to know every absence, and it's my understanding there have been quite a few. After all, if Stevens has a perfect attendance record, that should be the minimum standard for his appointees. And at least I am not conflicted out of voting at every meeting due to the numerous financial contributions as Ms. Foley is. Quite frankly, it's the same as not being here since you can't vote on it. I currently have the flu, and my kids have the flu.
Thank you.
I'm going to finish because you go over every single time.
Go ahead.
Go
ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. And at least I'm not conflicted out of voting at every meeting due to numerous financial contributions as Ms. Foley is. Quite frankly, it's the same as not being here since you can't vote on it. I currently have the flu, and my kids have the flu as well, and my wife is getting over it. But I didn't want to disappoint you, so here I am. But my daughter was admitted back into the hospital over the weekend, and I needed to help my recovering wife and our sick children. I think the public will support that. Also, on an unrelated issue, I would like the 5-PAC committee to start discussing the impacts of what another $500,000 a year or more hypothetical increased burden on our city budget would be. Just the financial impacts, regardless of what it is for. Can we afford that after our recent budget meeting? And if we were going to have that impact, what would 5-PAC recommend we spend it on? Thank you.
Councilmember Guinness.
I have a few things. Some months back, we had a discussion about shipping containers, and they continue to proliferate in our commercial areas, sometimes occupying required parking, which then exacerbates problems with spillover parking into the surrounding area. And I know we were supposed to have something come back or further discussion on shipping containers and how to address them, or at least code enforcement on the shipping containers, because, as I said, they sometimes exacerbate parking issues in the neighborhoods where you have the commercial residential interface. I noticed in the picture from the Bikeability, it was quite an attractive picture. However, we had illustrated something that's become an increasing problem in our city, where we have the trees below the street light height, so they therefore block the canopies below the street light, so therefore all light to the sidewalk is blocked, which makes the sidewalks dangerous, and it certainly doesn't enhance walkability. As a matter of fact, it inhibits walkability because you can't see, it's like pitch black under some of these tree canopies in the evenings. And we need to look at that in our tree planting plans. And mobile home parks, thank you, Councilmember Marr, for bringing up the mobile home park committee, because I think it's very important that they meet before we begin to discuss the regional housing needs assessment, because that's an important component of our affordable housing, and preservation of mobile home parks has always been a part of our housing element, but we really do not have a good strategy for that. So I'm hoping we could get a report back from that committee as soon as possible. And then finally, a couple of months ago, I had a mishap, and I had to miss one meeting. Well, I missed one meeting, and then the next meeting that was coming up, it was suggested to me that I probably shouldn't go. I was in a lot of pain. My head was still a little funny. Of course, some people probably think it still is. But anyway, it was suggested that I really was not up to going to the meeting. And what I expressed my concern that, well, under the government code, if you miss more than a certain amount of time, they can boot you, and it's not an excused absence, you could be removed from office. And it was like, well, you have an injury, you have an illness. That would be an excused absence. And I expressed some concern that basically an excused absence is whatever, say 3 out of 5 votes say it is, or 4 out of 7 votes say it is. And you're therefore vulnerable if you happen to be on the wrong side of that. And in fact, if you were in the hospital with tubes attached, it's possible that given the wrong makeup in whatever community it might be, you would be vulnerable. And so therefore, I wasn't going to risk it. And even though it was said, they would never do that, they wouldn't do that. And I said, well, I would like to hope so, but you never know. And then we had the comments at the end of the last meeting. And I am sad to say, I guess I can't hope so anymore. Thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Bike rides. We had a really great bike ride this past weekend. And I'm going to start calling them economic development rides because we went to 4 different Costa Mesa donut shops and spent a lot of money enjoying Costa Mesa made products. Our next bike ride is Sunday, March 15th. We're going to be meeting at Fairview Park and taking, it's going to be our first out-of-city bike ride. We're going to be taking the Santa Ana River Trail to a kite festival in Huntington Beach. A lot of fun. We had, again, I mentioned this in my comments earlier, a wide range of folks and abilities. 10-year-old girl was our ate the most donuts. I don't want to say the biggest donut eater. Really had a lot of fun. We had 5 first-time folks who are joining us for the first time, so it's another great way to meet your neighbors. Neighboring. Thank you, Councilmember Marr, for mentioning neighbors and neighboring. This is an issue for engineers. We're starting to really understand the value of people. And being nice and sharing happiness. I've gotten to know a lot of folks working on neighboring issues or trying to advance neighboring and this fascinating idea that being nice to each other is not just a nice thing to do. It actually has real economic benefit, community benefit, community resilience. So I just want to encourage folks to, smile at someone when you pass them on the sidewalk. Take the opportunity to meet somebody on your street that you don't already know. We can help this at the city level by creating more opportunities for folks to interact, for strangers to interact. And that's one of the reasons I've been very interested in parks for a long time. And I'm really, really interested in ways that we can continue to activate and create public spaces where people can gather and get to know each other. Housing, big year for housing. I'm really looking forward to the study session that we have Tuesday next week, February 25th. Anyone who's interested in housing options, housing affordability, really encourage you to share your ideas. There's a lot of ideas that have existed for a long time with the granny flats and ADUs. We heard of a new concept today, co-living. Not really a new concept, but something new to our city. Really encourage folks to share all of their ideas with us and encourage our council to be really thoughtful and open-minded about different strategies we can use to improve housing affordability in our city. Going back to active transportation, we heard mention of the February 26th meeting on the Adams Avenue improvement. I did hear a comment, I'm not sure if we have this already, but folks were interested in ways to find information about that project and give feedback if they cannot attend the meeting. So I'd love to make sure that we have that well publicized as well. I also want to mention that I really appreciate the concern raised by one of the public speakers about concerns about speeding and red light running. I'm hearing that more and more too. Just got a comment the other day about concerns that feeling like there's a frequency of red light running and really just being a little bit more aggressive on our roadways. So if that's an enforcement issue, love to keep our eye on that and make sure that we are as safe as possible on our roads in this city. And finally, I want to mention I've had it's always really neat to of course meet new members of our community, run into folks that I know. People are fascinated to learn about what we do here at City Hall. And I always describe that I love that we're able to work on the issues that residents care about every day, issues around homelessness, sober living homes, parks, speeding on our streets, and I encourage this council to just stay focused on the issues that our residents elected us here to work on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
Okay, so today's a big day for my family. My father-in-law, Ken, turns 80, and my sister, Lori, turns 70. And out of coincidence, my sisters are named Lori and Ann, spelled exactly like our city manager. A little bit of Stevens family trivia. I want to save some room to talk about this attendance issue in a second, but I was in Santa Monica and I saw Sidecar. We a lot of talk about donuts. I saw Sidecar Donuts. There's a Sidecar Donuts on Wilshire Boulevard. So that was really exciting. A little bit of Costa Mesa on the west side of LA. I went to the John Kerry and Alyssa Altabelli memorial at Angel Stadium, and the firefighters were there again. Thank you for that. There was 4,000 people there, and it just reminded us of how lucky we were to have 27 years of that great man right in our town, right at OCC. I do think we should look into the ACMA issue. That seems to be something we could do pretty easily, but I'll leave that up to code enforcement. And Priceless Pets had on Saturday their 1-year anniversary, so congratulations to them. Now, I won't even take the full 2 minutes and 40 seconds to address this attendance issue, but I will say it's nice to have Councilmember Mansour here and all of us here, all 7 of us here, and everybody full of vim and vinegar. And I did make some comments. I think I did cross the line when I made the gutless comment, and I do apologize for that, and I hope that Councilmember Mansour accepts my apology. I do think it's important that we're all here and that we're all engaged. I do think it's my business, whether we have a full complement of 7 here. We're better when we have 7. We're better when we all work together. The reason it's my business is because I'm a member of the public too. I'm a voter in this community, and I want us all to be here working on these issues. And it's okay to have dissension, and it's okay to disagree. When you disagree, say what you disagree with, and let's make a better product. Let's all work together. Let's show up. Let's stay to the end of the meeting. And if my comments, and I did ask specifically for Councilmember Mansour to respond, and I'm glad he did, if my comments motivated him to be here and motivates us to work harder, then so be it. I stand by them.
Okay. Councilmember Marr, you were in the queue. Did you have something else you wanted to add? No? Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
okay.
I accept his apology on the gutless comment.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm not going to add to the fodder. March 3rd can't come soon enough. Okay, let's see. All items on the consent. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Farrell Harrison, thank you, by the way, for all your hard work over these last couple weeks. I know it's just been a lot pouring on, so thank you. I'll start with that. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. So tonight, I'm excited to give the council and the public a little bit of a preview. You may know that last January, in January 2019, the City Council held an all-day off-site retreat to do its council goal setting. And at that goal setting retreat, which was a full-day retreat, they identified the 6 main goals that we'll be working on over the next year, and also some of the objectives within each of those goals. And so I wanted to preview tonight something that will be still developing between now and March 17th, but at the March 17th meeting, we'll have more information on the accomplishments that we've been able to achieve in each of the departments, and particularly as they relate to these goals. And so I just wanted to give just a little bit of background on what you'll be seeing, because we as staff are super excited about it. All the departments have been putting the information together, and I think it's a good way for us to look back at the last 12 months and, to be honest, celebrate what we've done well, the accomplishments that we've made. We've been able to move the needle forward in a lot of significant areas, and staff's been working hard on that and wanted to be able to share some of that with you tonight. It's a long presentation, so I won't go through all of it. Again, it'll be unveiled next month in its entirety, but I did just want to share some of it with you. I am technically challenged, so if I get stuck, just bear with me. So we'll start with development services. What we'll be able to do is share with you some of the highlights in each of the departments. So for example, in development services, which primarily relates to the goal of improving our neighborhoods and quality of life, within the building division, we completed almost 25,000 inspections. And when you take, just a minute to assess what that means, 25,000 inspections by our staff, that's superb, and issued 1,610 permits, assisted over 12,000 customers in planning, processed major projects, participated in the RENA 6 cycle, along with some really fun and amazing projects, the plant Of course, our beloved Orange County Museum of Art, the Vans headquarters expansion, and Education First campus. This is just one department, but it highlights a lot of the work that they were able to do, and we can drill down on each of those as we move towards the meeting next month. And so I'll show you also in the finance area, just to give you a preview there. This department focuses primarily on keeping the city fiscally sustainable, but also does provide the funding so that every other department in the city can achieve its goals. And we were able to have an unmodified opinion, which is an audit opinion that says there are no significant findings. We were able to set aside $1.75 million into our Section 115 trust and many other goals and accomplishments that we would be able to share with the council. And so when we meet next month, we'll be going through all of these. The departments will be able to highlight their different achievements, but I just wanted to share this with you. It'll be on the website. It is a work in progress. We'd love to get your feedback, but we're really excited about being able to tie what we do in each department to the goals that you set forth for staff. And I think we've made some significant progress in a lot of areas that we can really be excited about. And here we show fire and rescue, the $3 million a year from our ambulance transportation program. So thank you for that. To our incredible fire department, and increasing revenue in our community risk reduction program, launching our Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue Annual Report, and handling 12,674 calls for service and hiring 10 new firefighters. And so we have these accomplishments in every department. We're happy to be doing this work for you, our community. Thank you to the leadership of the mayor and city council for making sure that the goals were clear to us, and it helps us to move the needle forward. And so just wanted to highlight this to you. We'll have it on the website. We will be building it out over the next month, but stay tuned to next month when we'll really get into more detail on all of the accomplishments in achieving your goals.
Thank you so much. Okay. Ms. Barlow, did you have a report?
Just want to make one comment, lest the public be misinformed. While Chief Sharpneck may have asked people to destroy emails, no emails or other records have been destroyed, not at my direction or anyone else's.
Thank you. Okay. We'll move to the consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the city council, staff, or the public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Ms. Green, do you have any requests for consent items?
Yes, the public request, item number 3, the warrant resolution.
Okay. Any other, none from council? Okay.
None.
Thank you. Okay, council, is there a motion?
Move the balance.
Second.
Okay, call for the question. Okay, item number 3.
Councilmember Gannis, please.
Oh.
There you go.
There you go.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay.
And the next item is the warrant resolution.
Okay. Is the speaker who pulled the item here?
Yes. a member of
Okay,
the
come on
public.
up. No, I don't have to.
So when you're looking through the warrant, you see things like Bee Busters, $210, and that's good. They do a good job and they help us. And then I see all the sober living money being spent by the new firm, which I think is doing a great job, by the way. So I don't object to that. But what I do object to, Mr. Mansour, is, you know, you guys are getting paid $800 a month. Is that correct? I think I'm correct. And you're getting great insurance. So in my opinion, I think the public has the right to expect you to show up here. I don't think you should, if your child's in the hospital, that's one thing, or, you know, if you're having a hip operation or whatever. But I have been coming to almost, I don't think I've missed one meeting since this new council has been up here. And I'm telling you right now, you have missed a lot of meetings. And not only that, you come late to the meetings. You have actually checked in and said present, and then actually left a meeting. And I had to call it halftime, but, you know, at the break, when we were over at the senior center, you would just saunter back to the dais like 10, 15 minutes after after the council had started the meeting, and you were just standing out in the hall talking to people. I'm sorry, but it's not just about your vote. We're paying you to be up here and your insurance, and I expect you to show up on time and not leave before the meetings are over unless you have some kind of an emergency, not because you're hot under the collar. I also respectfully request that you read the staff reports. Half the time I don't even think you know what is going on. Thank you.
Okay. Council, is there a motion? Councilmember Mansour.
I stand by the comments I made. I do read the, I read so many staff reports, it's ridiculous. This is just nonsense. And coming from a shill for a particular campaign, that's just, it's unbiased, I'm sure. Thank you. What nonsense.
Is there a, close the public comment, is there a motion?
I move the item.
Is there a second? Or second by Guinness. Call for the question.
Yeah, you have to hit the button, because I've done that too.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, we will now move to public hearing, item number 1. We have one public hearing item tonight. Ms. Clerk, will you read the?
Thank you. Introduction of an ordinance of the City of Costa Mesa amending Section 9-125 Businesses, Professions, Trades, and Occupations requiring a permit under the provisions of this chapter, and 9-128 Businesses where the Director of Finance may issue permits in case of no objection of Article 1 generally and Article 9 pushcart and other sidewalk vendors of Chapter 2 Regulation of Certain Businesses of Title 9 Licenses and Businesses Regulation of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code relating to sidewalk vending. Presentation by Mr. Preziosi, Assistant City Attorney.
Mr. Preziosi?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are back here today for the proposed revisions to the sidewalk vendor ordinance. As everyone will recall, this was back here in October of this year, or October of last year, and council directed various changes to be made to the proposed ordinance. I'll briefly go over the reasons for the proposed ordinance for those of us that were not here at the previous meeting. Senate Bill 946 was effective January 1st of 2019, prohibits cities from regulating sidewalk vendors except as specified. Existing regulations that substantially comply with SB 946 are allowed. City currently prohibits sidewalk vending from almost all public property, which clearly does not substantially comply with SB 946. The general requirements are that cities must allow sidewalk vending in most areas of the public right-of-way. It decriminalizes violations of local ordinance and limits enforcement to administrative citation. The city cannot limit sidewalk vendors to specific parts of the right-of-way, except when directly related to objective health, safety, or welfare concerns. And pursuant to SB 946, perceived community animus, economic competition are not objective health, safety, or welfare concerns. As I mentioned, back on October 15th of 2019, the City Council gave specific direction to revise the ordinance in 4 main areas: display and advertising, public safety, hours of operation, and areas of operation. The city staff drafted revisions to the ordinance to address council's concerns. We'll talk about them in a moment. Staff also received input from the Chamber of Commerce at the council's direction in support of the revisions to proposed regulations. Under advertising and public safety, display and advertising, we deleted the prohibitions against displaying merchandise for food or food that is not available for immediate sale, deleted the prohibitions against advertising products or services that are not related to food or merchandise for sale. Under public safety, we added clear prohibitions against vending directly to persons in vehicles, added weapons, explosives, and fireworks to the list of prohibited items from vending. Under hours of operation, we expanded the proposed operating hours in residential zones from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. to sunset to allow sidewalk vending basically during daylight hours and to adjust seasonally. The city added an exception to allow vending in residentially zoned park after sunset if that particular park is otherwise lawfully open. We deleted the phrase immediately adjacent to in order to clarify that these restrictions only apply within residentially zoned areas to avoid any ambiguity in vendors' compliance obligations. This was an item that was brought up by Mayor Pro Tem Stevens. Under the hours of operations, these apply to all zones. Staff deleted the proposed operating hours from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., except when adjacent businesses is open per SB 947 in all other zones. Economic incentives would really govern a vendor's operating times, although council, of course, may consider providing definite time limits. In essence, what this does, it doesn't put, and there are now, under the proposed regulations, there are no mandatory operating hours or prohibited operating hours for sidewalk vendors. The thought with staff was that vendors will only be there if there are people to vend to. They're not going to be walking up and down empty streets in the middle of the night if there's no one to sell merchandise to. But nonetheless, that's obviously a matter of council discretion. The areas of operation, pursuant to specific direction, we removed Civic Center Park from the prohibition against vending at the Civic Center. So while now sidewalk vendors, as proposed, could then vend in Civic Center Park. Remove the prohibition against vending on sidewalks adjacent to the fairgrounds, except when closed by city due to overcrowding. Remove the prohibitions against vending within 200 feet of a farmer's market or an area designated for a special event. Added an exception to the prohibition against vending within 100 feet of school, daycare, center, or place of worship in order to allow vending while that institution is holding a public event, such as a fair or carnival. We remove the prohibitions from vending within 100 feet of a city facility that is selling food or merchandise. Also remove the prohibitions applicable only to stationary sidewalk vendors from vending at parks that have an exclusive concession agreement with the city. Just to reiterate, the Financial Services Department will be primarily responsible for permitting and related matters. Other departments involved in the ordinance that are available to answer questions: Economic and Development Services, Fire Department, Parks and Community Services Department, Police Department, and Public Services Department. And of course, my office is here as well to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions? Councilmember Guinness.
Under the state law, I know we're somewhat limited on what kind of restrictions we can have, but can we live scan people who wish to do this? I'm particularly concerned about people who are going to be purveying items primarily targeted to young children.
Councilmember Guinness, if I understand your question, to institute a live scan requirement would mean that there would necessarily be prohibited convictions for purpose.
Particularly relating to offenses against young children.
Correct. There is no specific prohibition found in the Assembly bill. However, I will note those provisions are also not included in the bill. There are certain jurisdictions, I believe a couple in Northern California and some south of us in San Diego County, that have added live scan and conviction requirements and prohibitions. But there's no specific authority for it. There's no specific prohibition against it.
And then where we reference within a residential area or within a commercial area, what if you're right on the interface there?
The way we revised it, because there was concern at the previous meeting, we initially had it as adjacent to a residentially zoned area. And that begs the question of what does adjacent to mean? So we removed that specific prohibition to be within a residentially zoned area. So there's no one clear, precise way for immediately be apparent if you're adjacent to a residentially zoned area. But if you're on the sidewalk within a residentially zoned area or actually walk into a housing tract, that seems to be a clear demarcation.
But if you're directly across the street from houses, but like say on the sidewalk, the private property abutting the sidewalk is commercial, however, directly across the street, it's residential, then that would be considered okay?
The way we've drafted it, I would say yes, that would be okay because the sidewalk vendor is not within a residentially zoned area.
And then initially there was a prohibition on vending at night unless you were adjacent to a business that was open at night as well. And
Correct.
And so now we may have imposed a condition of approval on a business to be closed at night, but someone could vend on the sidewalk adjacent to that with more extensive hours than the fixed brick and mortar business would have?
That is correct, and let me explain. So initially under the Senate bill, the city can impose hours that are applicable to all other businesses. But if a business within 500 feet is open to a later period, then the sidewalk vendor must be allowed to vend in that area. This was an issue we discussed at the last council meeting. Staff ultimately felt it was easiest simply not to impose a citywide operating hours, except for residentially zoned areas and commercially zoned areas, simply because there is no one uniformly applied curfew that applies to all businesses. Some businesses open 24/7. Some businesses have CUP operating conditions that restrict their hours of operation. There's a grab bag of operating hours or lack thereof in the city. Therefore, we decided it would be prudent not to try to tailor something, but obviously it's in council's discretion.
Okay, and I think you basically said something to the effect that we're assuming that a street vendor wouldn't be operating in an area unless people were out and about. For example, you wouldn't wander down a street where nobody was out to try to sell your stuff.
Correct.
But here's my biggest concern, which then goes back to the live scan again. What if you're just using it as a cover to wander? Now, if you wandered down my street, you'd probably have 3 or 4 people, and you were a stranger. You'd probably have 3 or 4 people saying, "Oh, are you looking for something? Do you need something?" Someone would ask you something or approach you about something. But if you have your little push cart, nobody's going to say anything because you have a so-called legitimate reason to be there, but it's basically a place where you stash the stuff you swipe. So how do we deal with that?
Well, this wouldn't apply to residential zones because residential zones have specific operating hours.
Yeah.
They cannot operate after sunset except in very narrowly defined circumstances. So this would be applicable more to commercial zones.
Oh, but there's a
and
lot
other
of
zones.
burglaries in the afternoon, too.
I understand that. Ultimately, that's council discretion if council wishes to provide some type of restriction on the operating hours and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
Just a couple of minor points. Well, maybe not minor, but they're easy. Page 35 of the staff report. If you look at under conducting sidewalk vending activities, that's number 6, Romanet 1. It looks like we should take out 5 p.m. Looks like it was just like a typo almost, right?
You're on the staff report, Councilman?
I'm on the ordinance. Yeah, staff report, handwritten number 35. So I'm into the ordinance. If you look under conducting sidewalk vending activities, it says 5 p.m. and then the next word is sunset. I think it just means to say sunset, correct? Okay, so we'll need to remove that, I think with any motion we make, right? Got it. Then the other question I have is a little bit trickier. So if you look at 36, so we have this thing, and I remember it coming up at the last minute where we say at number 9, within 100 feet of a public or private school, place of worship, so forth and so on, that is hosting an event such as a fair, carnival, similar activity that is open to the public. You see where I'm indicating?
Correct.
Okay. So it's in number 9, Romanet 1, 36, handwritten 36. Is everybody with me?
Hold on one second.
Oh, you see, what would help? Section 9-191.5, prohibited activities, locations, number 9. I guess it would be D, lowercase d9, Romanet 1. And the gist is, because I remember we covered this, the gist is we didn't want to prevent somebody on a public or private school, that whole litany, when they're having an event, to be precluded from selling stuff, okay? But are we allowed legally to restrict this to people that are involved with the event? Because what I wouldn't want to have happen hypothetically is, let's just say we have the St. John the Baptist Festival. And the St. John the Baptist Festival is having their, festival. They're selling, tacos, tamales, pizza, whatever the case may be. And now we have a bunch of vendors right outside on the sidewalk selling the same thing, and it doesn't benefit the festival. I'm just using that as an example. You could use it for any other school. Is there a way legally that we could restrict the vending to people that are associated with the event?
In my opinion, no. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, you cannot do that because the specific requirements of the bill specifically say economic competition is not a valid grounds for excluding any particular area of the right-of-way. And remember, of course, these are people on the public right-of-way. Now, this would be, obviously, if it's on the private property, that's up to the owner of the private property. But this only regulates city right-of-way.
Right. And okay, let me just think. Okay, I appreciate your answer. Now I'm going to think about it, but I thank you for your answer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Mansour.
So, way back when, I was very concerned about this and spoke about this issue, but because you'd have these pushcart vendors, and I get it, everyone needs to make a living, I get that, but pushing carts through residential neighborhoods, trash was always dumped on the street, and it may not happen in Mesa Verde, but it happens on the west side, maybe the east side too, and my concern was trash, my concern was noise. They would ring a bell and horns constantly. It was annoying. I mean, and so for this to be mandated on us by the state is ridiculous. It should be a local issue. So my questions are as follows, and I know there's only so much we could do because it's a state, but that's the direction this state's going in. And this is just one issue. It's going to be the downgrading of communities, not the quiet quality of life enjoyment that we've had in the past. So my question, I have a couple questions. Can we require them to get a business license?
That's the ordinance.
Councilmember Mansour, yes, they are required to get a business
Is that
license.
specified in your recommendation? They are required. I
Yes,
just
they
want
are
to be
required to get a
sure.
business license.
And if they don't, what would happen? Is there going to be warned? I mean, we heard about warnings for people noise, too many warnings. I mean, businesses in the city, by and large, a lot of them have business licenses. I think the vending people should have a business license, and I think we should cite. And I know we probably would give a warning first, but what if they have no documentation, how do we really know who we're citing? It's just, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I appreciate that. I want it enforced, our business license. We certainly need the revenue because everyone's spending like crazy without seeing a funding source prior. Noise, I would want to know, and I don't believe this is going to happen. Pardon my cynicism, and I know our police are busy. I want to go on record that it's going to be noisy, a lot of ringing, and bell ringing, and horn honking, and noise to get people's attention to let them know that the vendors are out there. But I would like us to aggressively address noise issues, but it's going to be difficult. I'm just venting up here because the police officer would have to see it. It's basically an infraction. Regarding vending in residential zones, so it says a lot of these changes were made. It seems like we've dumbed down the ordinance. I get the feeling we're not making this as strong as we could within state law. I know we have to do certain things within state law, but I don't think it's as strong as it could be. And I'll give you some specifics. Why, and I know council gave direction to make some changes, so I'm assuming someone gave this direction, they wanted this changed. Expand the proposed operating hours in residential zones from 9 a.m. to 5, which I guess that's what it was, and now it's going to be 8 a.m. to sunset. Are we required to do that?
We are not specifically required to do that under the bill.
Okay, and we're on legal solid footing if we went back to 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.?
I believe we would be.
Okay, well, that's another thing. But I don't believe this council is going to support that because they asked for this change. So I could vote against it. But looks like I think you're going to be stuck with the expanded hours, as Gavin Newsom says, whether you like it or not. And this council has it within its power to put some restrictions on there. And as someone asked earlier, at least similar to what normal businesses have. Added an exception to allow vending in a residentially zoned park after sunset if that park is otherwise lawfully open. Are we legally required to do that?
That's a gray area, whether or not we're legally required to do that, although in general, under the bill, the city is required to allow operation of sidewalk vendors in parks while the parks are open.
Okay, but our parks are generally closed at dusk or dark, correct?
Generally, that is my belief. I defer to staff on those specific operational issues. This was added at the suggestion of staff for those parks that might be within a residential zoned area but would be open after sunset.
So can I have an example of what park that would be?
Candidly, Councilmember Mansour, I do not know of one, but I defer to staff, Parks and Recreation on that.
Does anybody know what park that might be? It's lighted, it's different, it's active use.
Thank you.
Well, okay.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, so our parks are open dawn to dusk.
I'm sorry?
The exception, I think, would only be for special events when we're open later. So for certain, like concerts in the park or our fish fry event, those type of events that run past sunset.
So the other parks are the skate park and
Here's with the interruptions.
No, I'm not trying to interrupt, but
But you are interrupting.
Well, I'm trying to clarify and answer your
You don't need to clarify.
question.
You can wait for your turn. You always do this.
Excuse me.
Always
excuse
do
me.
this. This is ridiculous. And then when I do it, and you shut my mic up, that's exactly what they do in Sacramento. They shut your mic off. Thank you.
Excuse me, just one moment, please, Councilmember Mansour. Ms. Aguilar, is it correct that the skate park and the softball complex might also be open?
Correct.
Okay. I was not trying to cut off, I just thought you might have forgotten that. Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Mansour, go ahead.
Yeah, please.
Can you please, I'm asking, if you would stop talking, I'm asking you to request the cue, sir. Request the cue.
I'm waiting for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this could cut into business at the concerts in the park. I mean, we have vendors that pay money, or maybe they don't pay. I don't know. That's a great question. But that if these other vendors are allowed to be there, they're not paying a fee to be at concerts in the park, yet it might cut into other vendors' business. Is this going to be allowed under the ordinance? Is that a question for Mr. Preziosi? Would they be able to attend at the concerts in the park?
If the park is otherwise lawfully opened and they are restricting their operating location to paved pathways or sidewalks within the definition of the ordinance, then there's no legal prohibition against them being there at that time.
I think that should be spelled out, and I don't see it spelled out. I think it should be very clear wording about what is allowed. What about the skate park? Same thing with that. They could go sell there.
As long as it was within a designated area that is, sidewalk or paved sidewalk or pathway of a specific width.
Well, yeah, okay, well, it's going to pass anyways. Again, pardon my cynicism. Removed Civic Center Park from the prohibition against the vending at Civic Center. Again, are we required to do that, legally required for that?
As initially proposed, all the Civic Center complex as a capital facility was off limits to vending. Council at the last meeting wanted to specifically allow vending in Civic Center Park, even though it's immediately adjacent to the Civic Center itself. That's simply a decision of the City Council.
Why would we make it off limits at the Civic Center? I mean, if it's good for everybody else, why not good for the city? Wouldn't we be welcoming them here? I'm sorry, I'm not, it's just a question.
What is your question? I don't think he understood.
I think so. He's smart. He's an attorney. and he's a
Do you
nice guy.
understand
I'm not
his
be,
question, Mr. Preciosa?
yeah, so why would we say the Civic Center is off limits? Because that was our original position. Is it because council members said we want to change that and make it off limits? Or is there a legal reason to make it off limits?
The reason for making the Civic Center and all other capital facilities off limits or immediately adjacent thereto off limits is because they are the operation center of the city. For example, the Civic Center has a police department, the fire department, and in staff's vision or view of the ordinance, it was best to restrict sidewalk vending from the sidewalks in those areas to avoid conflict with critical operations. Nonetheless, there is now an exception for vending within Civic Center Park. That is ultimately at the discretion of council. That's not really a staff level decision.
So just the park is open, but not the Civic Center itself?
Correct.
And according to the way it's written now. And then, because it would, I'm paraphrasing what you said, because it would interfere with operations of the city and things like that. I would argue that in residential areas, it's going to argue with the operation of quiet enjoyment of people's homes, having to clean up trash from their front yard and having to deal with noise, especially a repeat vendor, on and on every day. I'm serious, this was relentless when this would happen. I also have a legal question for our city attorney, a point of order I would like to ask and get a response from. So I would like to know about the code. I am sick tonight. I've had the chills. I was not sorry if it's TMI. I was sweating like I've never sweat before last night. I have the flu, and I'm contemplating going home. Sorry if that bothers anybody, but I want to ask our city attorney about the code. Am I understanding correctly? I'd have to pretty much be gone 30 or 60 days, and you can clarify which, and not be here at all. I mean, if someone has a medical reason, they could miss a meeting. And to Sandy's point, can this council vote somebody off the council? What would be the process that they'd have to follow if I was to go home sick tonight?
If you have a
I have a-
weakness, then I would encourage you to go home. No one would fault you for that. I think the issue has been
Yeah.
in the
I'm
past that we
asking the
don't
city
know
attorney.
if you're
I asked
here or not.
attorney a question.
I apologize, Councilmember Mansour. I had not had an opportunity to even look at that issue since the last meeting. Typically, the council would not remove one of its own members, but they do have a right to determine whether an absence is for good cause or not for good cause. And I would also encourage you to go home because you're sitting next to me.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please
And
go home if you don't feel well.
I'm not asking for your opinion. You've given enough of that to me tonight. So, okay, so basically, I'd have to be gone, is it 30 or 60 days? What is the?
I think it would
and I get
essentially
that.
have to be an abandonment of office or a failure to perform the duties. But again, I have not specifically researched the issue since the last council meeting.
Okay.
Okay,
I'd like to
would
continue with the hearing.
I would like an official response, please.
I intend to provide.
We'd
Thank
like
you.
to continue
I'm very
with the
grateful.
hearing.
Thank you to everyone.
Councilmember
tonight.
Chavez.
This will be-
Councilmember Chavez.
Just got to make sure, you know. Okay. So I think this is going to be a good ordinance. You know, when it first came about, I told a cute little story of how every day after work, around 6:10 when I get home, I go with my sister to greet our little Tero and buy her a corn cob. Or sometimes we buy Doritos, you know, the little like things with hot chili on there. This is something that's going to greatly impact my district because we already have vendors who are there. They come through, they're already there, they're already going through, they know where areas people buy and where areas people don't buy. And the funny thing is, across the street from where I live in Victoria, where it's single-family homes, they don't tend to go there because they don't get business there. So I think the idea that by passing this ordinance, we're going to be opening the floodgates to all residentials being flooded by vendors is kind of preposterous. It's not really the true spirit of the ordinance, which is providing a pathway for people who do this for a living to have the opportunity to do so legally and safely. Me personally, I think it's great we're having this go forth. I think this is something that when I was growing up, I dearly missed when people on council back then removed it. I felt like I lost my community. So I think this is amazing.
Do you have any questions? Okay, we're in the question period. Okay. Councilmember Reynolds, any questions? We're going to still hear from the public, but at this time, any questions from council?
Two quick questions. My understanding is that under this revised proposed ordinance, any vendor would be required to have a permit issued by the city displayed conspicuously at all times when they are vending. Is that correct?
Correct. There are two permit requirements, and those have not changed since the previous version of the ordinance. You need both a city business license as well as a specific sidewalk vendor permit.
Yeah. And this in our winter months, the sun sets earlier than 5 o'clock usually, right? So that
Correct.
time change that was discussed earlier is really about requiring that any vendors are not in residential areas after dark.
Correct.
Which could be earlier than 5 during the winter months, later than 5 during the summer months.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just had a couple questions. Thank you so much, Ms. Barlow and Ms. Farrell Harrison, for helping answer some questions to me on Friday in our agenda review. I wanted to call out as to handwritten page, let's see. I'm going to go with handwritten page 22 in the red line version, paragraph 10. There was a discussion about adding Jack Hammett to the area that would be prohibited, as well as the city services civic center, because Jack Hammett, any vending that goes on at Jack Hammett is done through like the local nonprofit groups, AYSO, whatever if there's a lacrosse tournament there, the Chargers bring in their group there. So was there any reason to exclude Jack Hammett?
I can respond to that.
Okay.
I think we could exclude Jack Hammond for the reason that it's not a competition issue. It's an issue of the public support for the nonprofits and typically the kids that do that. I don't see that as an issue of competition, rather an issue of providing that opportunity for those students and other groups.
Okay, and then with regard to paragraph 11, Roman numeral 8, I noticed there was a listing of all the different sporting locations, but we didn't include the skate park. Did we want to include the skate park as to they'd have to be 25 feet from the skate park? Well, because you don't want vendors inside the park. Trust me, you don't. So if they're 25 feet from the skate park, then they can't be inside the middle of the park. That's the issue.
We're fine with adding that. That's a council decision.
Yeah, you don't want that. No, so what happens at the skate park is that there's the little area under what used to be the Volcom umbrella, and I could see that becoming an area where vendors would go if we didn't have a prohibition, and that would become a hazard because a lot of the skaters kind of cruise through there, so that might not be safe. That's why I brought it up. Okay. And then, having been a mom standing in that spot, I know the dangers. Okay, those were the only two items I had. Okay, we're going to open this item up to public comment. Please come to one of the two podiums, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. You can voluntarily fill out a green card with your name and information. Yes, sir.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for your time here. My name is Michael Hockman. I am a resident in Costa Mesa on Orange Avenue across from the Vaughn Shopping Center on 17th Street there. I'm here with my wife, Bonnie. We're representing a group of about 30 of us that all have our houses right on that corner. There are some duplexes, triplexes, and so on. A lot of the people have newborn babies. There are one being born next month. There were twins last month. It's a real family area, but unfortunately, it is a buffer zone. The ones that you guys call adjacent to a residential area. It is a residential neighborhood. There are 30 of us at least right in there that many of us work from our homes. We're there all day. We're subjected to the noise and traffic and so on from the Sprouts Market, from the Rite Aid, from the CVS, from the Vons and so on. And it's we're concerned that the new law will have grave and detrimental effects on our quality of life and our right to quiet enjoyment. In this particular one stretch of block, on the 1600 block, which is, there's a wide sidewalk next to the Vaughn's Market there. If I were in business, I would set up 8 vending stalls there, and I've considered doing it myself because there is constant traffic through there, incessant. It starts, like someone was talking about, another woman at 6 in the morning when they're not supposed to have trucks till 7 or 8, the beeping and everything else. Also, there are businesses there that are open 24 hours a day within 500, you took the 500 feet out of your ordinance, I noticed. And so they could literally be there 24 hours a day. And there is traffic through there, and there are people. And there is also, because of the situation, a nice grass area there that is private, but next to the sidewalk. And it confirms that over the years, we've been subject to consistent negative impacts from the transient population there that use that area as a park or overnight camping. And the police reports and records will show, I'm sure, in the last few years, hundreds of calls of people that we've asked to be removed as it's growing into a bit of an encampment, the trash and so on. So adding vending stands to this area can only exacerbate the problem. We face onto it with our homes, and it's just a really unfair situation because we're in that buffer zone, but we are residential people. We are citizens, we are voting constituents, and we feel like we have been trashed because everybody wants revenues for the cities, and it's great to have commerce. The other thing is, lastly, taking away any hours of operation because they're in commercial zones means that anywhere in the city of Costa Mesa, at their discretion, they can decide it is profitable to be outside the
Thank you. Thank you.
areas. Thank you very much.
I have a concern over this ordinance as well. Obviously, we've got to do something with it. But my concern is about the permit. They take a permit on the cart. Does the person that's operating the cart have to be the named permittee? Or does the cart just permit it and they can just have anybody drive it? I have concern with them having these carts 200 feet from a school in one of the major walk areas. And we don't have any idea who's pushing these carts or who's even any records of any type of child molester or whatnot. And a lot of these businesses are paid by cash and hire people by the day to do these carts. I grew up in East LA. We had these carts all the time. Bells, whistles, like the Helms truck kind of whistles and bells all the time up and down the neighborhood. And my other concern is that these carts aren't getting to their location by themselves, so they're going to have some kind of mechanism to drive them into the neighborhoods, the trucks, the vans, whatever they're going to do. So now we have these extra vehicles in the neighborhood that are taking up precious space, because as we know, parking is always the issue. And the other thing that I'm concerned about as well is that these businesses that are open 24 hours a day, you take the bars. What does anybody want to eat after the bar's closed? I mean, then they aren't doing. But are they taking business away from the actual restaurants that are open? They can have their carts outside of the bars. So if the people want a tamale for $1, they don't have to buy anything inside the restaurant for $10. I have a lot of concerns. Thank you.
Next speaker.
I have some concerns with this. First of all, how is a vendor going to know what zone you're in, okay? Because we have a lot of cases where we have residential in what is actually zoned maybe commercial, because you have a lot of legal nonconforming situations. So I have concerns with that. How are they going to know whether they're in a zone that's residential? Also, I live across the street from a area that's zoned INR. It's surrounded by residential. So how are they, going to know that a part of the corner is zoned INR, which is subject to different rules apparently, than the residential? So I have a problem with that. I also agree with Councilmember Guinness about the live scan. You have no idea who these people are. And, especially if I were a parent and had small children, I would be concerned about whether they're sex offenders, pedophiles, whatever. So I think that you need to have something that can identify whether these people really should be in our neighborhoods to begin with. The other thing is that the residential zones, I kind of have a problem with the 8 a.m. to sunset, because in daylight savings time, that's like 9 o'clock, okay, which is kind of late for people to be out with their push carts. And, you know, I realize that this is an opportunity for, you know, some of the people to have their small businesses and things like that. I realize that is an issue, but I think that we really need to put some restrictions on this as far as knowing who these people are, whether they have criminal records or anything like that, especially when they're around small children. And the other thing is again, how are they going to know exactly what zone they're in to know what the rules apply? And again, I think this is, you know, kind of another bad idea coming out of Sacramento. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Wendy Lease. You know, I think that we do have a reputation of being very business-oriented and wanting new businesses, entrepreneurial, you know, new startups and everything. We have the swap meet. But sometimes I think we don't look down the road. And I'm looking at the plethora of massage parlors in Costa Mesa that have popped up, and we have two, you know, on the main thoroughfare. And it's like people come here, we had the sober living, and, oh, just come to Costa Mesa. You can, you know, everybody gets along. But I think with this, we might want to bring it in a little bit. Why? I didn't really hear the rationale for extending the hours that were suggested from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. now to 8 to sunset. And then removing the operating hours in all other areas of the city. And this second to last bullet, it's a little hard to understand. Remove prohibitions from renting within 100, I think that should be feet, of a city facility that is selling food or merchandise. So I'm not sure what renting means, maybe, but it's definitely a typo there. I empathize with the people over by Vaughn's in that neighborhood, and I think you need to maybe make that, maybe there's other areas, and people just aren't here tonight, that would be at risk for just kind of taking advantage of this mandate from the state to open it up. You know, sidewalk vendors, as long as they have a permit, a license, I think they should be live scanned, and they should make sure that the permit matches the person who's there. So I think it needs to be tightened up a little bit. And it's for the benefit of the residents, the people that you serve, that their quality of life and the quiet enjoyment of their home is not at risk to favor these particular business owners. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Robin Leffler. I was a resident on the west side when there were push carts, and part of the problem was the noise. It was constant horns, bells, strange little recorded sounds that were played very loudly. Some of the carts were alleged from people who came to the podium to talk about those at the time to be selling porn. And the glop on the sidewalk was outrageous. I mean, it was just the gummy, you know, the ice cream cone falling down, people dropping the bottom end of their drumstick and all the goo running out. And they had to be pressure washed, which was a city expense. None of the expense was borne by the vendors. And it had to be done frequently to maintain anything like a sanitary appearance. It was a real downscale vibe for the neighborhood. It's a place where some of our entry-level people are able to rent and live, and to see this slum-like condition on the sidewalk in front of their houses was really a downer. And also, I don't think that the people that are going to be affected received notices from the city that this matter was coming before the council tonight. They should have, because this is going to affect their lives. They live there, and this is less than 500 feet from their homes. We literally would lose some of our peaceful enjoyment, not just in the legal sense of that. It's going to be noisy, and there'll be people hawking their wares, whatever hours you give them, in a place that's been fairly quiet and mellow. You create a detrimental atmosphere on our quiet. It's really a detriment on our quiet enjoyment of our community. And you're not adding all of the restrictions that you can add. I think we ought to go further and push back on the state and say, no, we don't accept this. Maybe other cities might want to join lawsuits about this. I know we're pretty lawsuit heavy in this city now, but there is a time to stand up for our neighborhoods, for our communities. So anything you can put in there legally, put in there if you're going to pass it. I think it would be wonderful if you decided to deny it. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi. I'm probably the lone dissent, but I don't mind the push carts. We've got ice cream trucks going through our neighborhood now that have recordings so old that you can't make out what it is. It's just noise. They pass. They keep going. They're fine. Anyway, I want to thank you all again for your courtesy towards each other and behaving like adults, and I guess 6 out of 7 is the best we're going to get. But thanks anyway.
Next speaker.
Hello, I did not come here to talk, but I've lived on the west side. I grew up in Costa Mesa, but I've lived on the west side for 45 years. Some of those people in the push carts are just trying to make a living for their families in the neighborhoods that they live in. I've seen them for years. I'm sticking up for them. I don't hear bells and whistles. I'm on the west side. I don't live in the pearly gates somewhere. I just want to put in a compliment to what it's meant. And working at a school, I did Girl Scouts in 3 different schools on the west side. And what it meant to those kids after school when they had permission. And yes, they should be vetted, really. But I just want to say, yeah, I just want to compliment people that are trying to make a living and make their lives better. Thank you.
Thank you. This will be our final speaker.
I'd just like to say that I also support the vendors. I have a question as to handwritten page 36, section 7. It says that it's restricted within Fairview Park specifically, and I'd just like to know why it's only restricted inside of Fairview Park. It's away from residential neighborhoods, so I feel like maybe that should be removed. I think we should allow people to sell in Fairview Park. And I'd also like to ask why it's prohibited from being sold within 25 feet of a bus stop. If you're waiting for the bus and you see a sidewalk vendor, maybe you just want to get something, but you can't because you have to be 25 feet away. It's also 25 feet away from a trash receptacle. I heard some people complaining about trash issues, so maybe that should be removed as well so that you can sell it next to a trash receptacle, I don't know, so you can throw it away easier. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, close public comment. Well, let's have a motion first. Is there a motion, council? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
Oh, I'm still on there?
Yeah.
Yes, you got a cube like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, okay.
I can do it. So,
You're the second. Yeah, I didn't know.
so I moved.
Chavez would like to make the motion.
Oh, you want to make the motion?
Mayor Pro Tem, it's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay.
Go ahead and make the motion.
Yeah,
Go on.
go ahead and
Go
make
ahead,
the motion.
Councilmember
I don't care.
Switch it up.
By the way, I was going to make the motion to excuse Councilmember Mansur. That's why my name is.
Okay. Clear.
Yeah. So I want to move.
There we go.
I
make the
move-
motion, push the button first, please. There you go.
There you go. I move that we pass the ordinance as is. And I want to explain why, and I also want to answer a few questions that are brought forth by our last speaker. Like I said, I've been here my entire life. I've been here since my birth in 1995. And I can vaguely remember the time when I would go with my parents to get an elote. And then I recall the time when I couldn't. And I didn't know why, and I just remember being sad about it. And now that I'm older and I have a little sister, like I said, I work pretty late. So I come home around 6 o'clock. Had an ordinance been kept as it was from 8 to 5, I would not have had the chance to borrow my sister and buy an elote, buy a corn on the cob. By doing 8 to 5, we were effectively making this unprofitable because who's at home from 8 to 5? Not many people. So if we're really serious about doing an ordinance properly, it should be from 8 a.m. to sundown. And yes, we mentioned a few times that that does fluctuate during the year. You know, during summer, the sun can go down around 7:59. During the winter, it's probably around done by 4:30. You know, that's how the world works. But we can't be. I just want to clarify a few things I heard during this time period. I've heard people call them sex offenders, call them pedophiles. I heard life scan a lot, and I've been through life scan a couple times when I got in council and when I was doing ministry work. I mean, my question is, do we have life scan for every single permit that goes to Costa Mesa? Because what makes this different than a business that's going up? Is it just because the perception is because they're on the streets, they're not as good? And I really want to challenge that notion because I'm on this dais today because this council and prior council decided that we need representation for all parts of our community, not just certain areas that vote higher propensity. And I think this ordinance is a good example of why we need that distinction. I firmly believe this will not impact people that don't have that issue already. I don't see a vendor going to Mesa Verde because I don't see there being a response or a desire for that product in Mesa Verde. These are people who are in my district, in District 4 and District 5, who are going through apartment to apartment, trying to make money, trying to make a clean living in this country. And now I want to address a few points that were brought up earlier. Why we don't have it on Fairview Park. Fairview Park is one of our gems in Costa Mesa. This is a natural reserve that has some endangered species in it. We do everything we can to protect it because it's one of those few pieces that does actually have natural environment that's still protected. So that it goes to that question. In point of the trash receptacles, I mean, I'm gonna keep that as is just because it's kind of a small minutia, but there is a good point we're making here. If we want this to be successful, we have to have permitting systems, which you're going to do, and we also should encourage them to be out in the community. So for me, this is a great motion. I understand that there may be some fear of something that's new, and that's commonplace, but I really don't see a big change of this going into neighborhoods that it's not already into. I think it's more about giving safeguards to people who are already doing this where they're doing it.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, did you want to speak to the motion?
Well, I second it, except I want the maker of the motion to go to page 36. It's what I went to before. It's this, I want to ask you to consider an amendment. It's 9-1-111. Okay, so this is what we put in there last time. We specifically asked the staff to do this, and I think it defeats the purpose of what we wanted to do. So I want to go through this and see if I can get you to make a change. So see where it says within 100 feet of a public school or private school, a place of worship or daycare facility. And then it has the unless language, okay? I think the purpose of the unless language was to allow a school to have vendors. However, I think in practice, it's going to hurt the schools because what's going to happen is if you just left it at within 100 feet of a public or private school, a place of worship, or a daycare facility, then those schools would be able to have on their premises, like in the example, like say Mesa wanted to sell water, they'd be able to do it at the school. But my concern is that when there's, as I said kind of earlier in my hypothetical, when there's an event at a school that's there to benefit the school, you would have private vendors within 100 feet of that school, taking advantage of the foot traffic that the schools have created through their promotion. So my request for a friendly amendment would be to eliminate everything after unless.
So just for clarification for the viewing audience, before that paragraph 9, it is that sidewalk vendors shall not engage in sidewalk vending activities at the following locations, and the following locations include within 100 feet of a public or private school, place of worship, or child daycare facility, just so everyone is understanding what we're talking about.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
No, other than that, I second the motion.
Okay. Councilmember Marr?
So I just need to strongly disagree with Councilmember Chavez in just like the harshest possible terms, and that is, I think there are residents of District 3 who would also appreciate this, so it's not just 4 and 5. No, but seriously, I think one of the challenges being up here is, I very much appreciate the folks who come to the microphone, who take time out of their day to attend city council meetings. But there's thousands of people in my district, and they're not all here. And to the point about noticing, I'm pretty sure if we had noticed the students of OCC, we'd probably have a line out the door for people who would like to have additional vending outside of OCC and Vanguard, and a number of the other institutions that happen to be in District 3, including, but not limited to, City Hall and City Hall employees. I was reminded about this because of two things that happened in the last couple of days that the timing was pretty perfect. So one, I was at a fine Costa Mesa establishment called Salty Bear. And the daughter, it's a local brewery, and the daughter of the owner was selling Girl Scout cookies out front. And my husband said, well, that's a great entrepreneurial idea. I wish there was more food carts out front. And I said, oh, funny you should mention that, actually. And then today, around 3 o'clock, suddenly the engineers who work in my division got up out of their cubicles and started heading out. And I said, wait, what's going on? And they're like, oh, we're gonna go get mango and tahini downstairs, because there's a food cart that shows up about 3 o'clock right in front of our office in Anaheim. So I had plenty of reminders that there's lots of folks who enjoy this. I think this is going to be a benefit for the community. And unfortunately, with public meetings, we can't always also include all the people who are going to benefit from this, who want to start a food cart, who want to start any kind of a cart around town, and not all of the consumers either. So anyway, I'll be supporting the motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness? Hold on, sorry. I know, I'm working on it. It's not intentional, it's just not taking my finger.
Many years ago, before I ever served on council the first time, someone who was an employee of a local police department regulating ice cream trucks, and this was before Megan's Law, recounted how a great many of the applications that they had for ice cream trucks were from people who, upon further research, were found to be pedophiles. And it was almost like driving an ice cream truck was the career of choice for pedophiles, except for they were all denied, of course. But that raised the issue of live scan for me. And by Councilmember Chavez's own admission, he liked going out as a kid to get the things. He wants to go with his little sister to the vendors. So with that in mind, would the maker of the motion accept an amendment to section 9-191.2 where under B, where one of the required items is the name, address, and telephone number of all persons that will be employed as roaming sidewalk vendors or at a sidewalk vending receptacle, and then add to that, and live scan for all persons that will be employed as roaming sidewalk vendors or at a sidewalk vending receptacle?
Before I say yes or no to staff, again, sorry if not in advance, but what other businesses do we require live scan for in Costa Mesa? Because again, I don't want to have a thing where we're targeting just one group of vendors.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez, I don't have the specific answer to that question, and I defer to the police department and to the finance department. However, I will note there are not that many that a live scan is required from. I know that a live scan is required under Measure X for marijuana or cannabis operators and a few others, but I defer to staff on that.
Massage parlors. Acting Chief Glass.
Yes, from the part of the police department, Measure X, the applicants that were coming in had to be live scanned. I'm not familiar with too many other ones. We would do it when we had licensing for massage parlors, but that's gone by.
Oh, we don't even have that anymore?
No, because it's changed. We don't monitor those as much. It's more of a state-regulated matter. Not an ice cream truck, no. But Measure X is the last I could recall over the last couple of years that we focused on. It was a requirement as part of the application process.
Okay. I'm gonna have to pass only because I do feel like it'll be a particular burdensome thing, seeing that it's not kind of commonplace among other businesses that cater towards vending foods.
Okay. Councilmember Guinness, anything else? You have to, yeah, thank you.
Okay, under section 9-191.5, prohibited activities and locations, we have a list of items, marijuana, weapons, fireworks, et cetera, et cetera. Would the maker of the motion be amenable to also adding adult literature or other items covered under, this is our adult, under Title 13, Chapter 9, Article 1? That's our sexually oriented business. Okay. And then further down under 6 on the same page, it's page 20.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Does the second concur?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Would the maker of the motion be amenable to changing section 6?
Wait.
Ask this.
By adult, you mean pornographic?
Yeah.
Let's say that.
Well, maybe we could
Cited
just
to the code
reference
section.
that part of the code where we have all that stuff.
Oh, okay.
Whatever, yeah, maybe pornography or whatever, however we define it in the code. And then down to 6, small Roman numeral 1, on sidewalks or pathways within residential zones, or, and then to add, or within 100 feet of a residential.
Sorry. Councilmember Guinness, sorry, can you ask for the cue again?
They're down. Oh, page 20.
What page? Page 20? Handwritten what?
Handwritten 20.
Okay. I'm sorry, can you repeat your request?
Okay, under 6, small Roman numeral 1, on sidewalks or pathways, not just within residentially zoned areas, but on sidewalks or pathways within or within 100 feet of residentially zoned areas between whatever, sunset and 7 a.m.
Okay, it's on handwritten page 20. It's right here. Mr. Preciosi, can you explain the impact on that change?
I think, Mayor Foley, I think by impact you mean whether or not it would be legal to do that.
Right.
Under the Senate bill. My understanding of the Senate bill is that the City Council can prohibit sidewalk vendors, stationary sidewalk vendors completely within residentially zoned areas, but they can't prohibit them from areas adjacent to residentially zoned areas. In addition, it may be impermissible under the Senate bill to do it within 100 feet because that prohibition is not applicable to other businesses within that area. Now, within residentially zoned areas, the city has the power to set the operating hours, but if it's not immediately not within or even immediately adjacent to, I think that the city runs the risk of potentially running afoul of the Senate bill because that prohibition is not applicable to other businesses that are located within 100 feet of residentially zoned area.
Well, so translation is that you don't recommend that because it would be in violation of the law?
That is my recommendation.
Okay. Councilmember Guinness?
Well, my response on that would be most other businesses are included within 4 walls and a ceiling, and this would be completely outdoors, which increases the impact on the neighborhood. But anyway, that's my request, because we did hear from residents, and I do recall even when the Circle K came in near me, how people were really worried about noise at night.
Okay. Council member, you want to ask for the Q?
I kind of just want a
Councilmember
bit more
Jones.
clarity. Heather McGinnis, if you can elaborate. So that's going to be only on adjacent to properties that are not residential?
Councilmember Guinness.
I'm looking to address the concerns of the people who live off 17th Street, who are very concerned about the noise at night or the noise in the evening, because we don't have a restriction on noise on adjacent to commercial properties. What they're looking at is basically 24-hour-a-day potential noise.
I'm trying to find a way to because now I see what your intent is. So would it be permissible? We said within. Would it be allowed to limit the hours of operation if you're within 500 feet of residential, for example?
100 feet.
Under 100 feet, for example. So let's say there's a house that's right next to a business. Could we say that while you are on the part that it's a business, you need to be within 100 feet, and to be within that, if you're within 100 feet, you have to follow the 8 a.m. to sunset. Would that be allowed?
So, Councilmember Shadows, the way the Senate bill is drafted, you can restrict operating hours, but you cannot, if there's a business located within 500 feet that is open for a longer period than general operating hours, that sidewalk vendor has to be allowed to operate within 500 feet of that business that's open. So the corollary to that, as I explained, was that if the city council were to have a prohibition against sidewalk vendors vending, not in a residentially zoned area, but in a, say, commercially zoned area that happened to be within 100 feet or 500 feet or whatever distance from a residentially zoned area, and that prohibition was not applicable to all other businesses that are similarly situated in that zone, that could run afoul of the Senate bill.
So in other words, simpler terms, we'd be liable to a lawsuit.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. So for that, if you want to clarify that, for that reason, I probably will not add that, just because we don't need to be putting stuff in liability knowingly.
Okay. Councilmember Dennis.
Then on page 22, number 10, to take small Roman numeral 1, and I would like to provide the rationale for this. Currently, under state law, ice cream vendors selling from a truck are not allowed to sell within 200 feet of a school. And yet we will allow, under this ordinance, someone who is a sidewalk vendor would be allowed to sell the same thing within 100 feet of a school. So would the maker of the motion accept an amendment which would take small Roman numeral 1, which is a public or private school, well, actually part of that, a public or private school, and add it to the section above, which is within 200 feet of a police station, fire station, Capitol facility, et cetera, and add a public or private school to that, so it would actually reflect what state law has for ice cream trucks?
Mr. Preciosi, can you comment on that?
I'm aware of no legal prohibition that would prohibit the city from doing that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds.
So I guess following up on one of the questions Councilmember Guinness had, do you have, kind of given the bounds of the law and the concerns we heard tonight about residents who are on the edge of a commercial zone, what other strategies might we use to protect those neighbors from someone vending any hour of the day?
You know, Councilmember Reynolds, as we sit here today, I'm not aware of what other strategies could be used. The law is what the law is. If those residents are not actually in a residential zone, that does create some impediment under the language of the Senate bill to treat those areas differently.
And residents who are in a residential zone, but kind of in a buffer area or across the street from commercial.
You know, I think it would be permissible if the city council wanted to in some fashion restrict the noise that could emanate from sidewalk vendors, either in residential zones or those areas that are immediately adjacent to residential zones, or are zoned to allow residences, even if they're not residentially zoned. I don't necessarily believe that would be run afoul of the law to do it that way.
Right. Okay. My next question was going to be about noise impacts and how we protect against that. I wasn't sure if our existing, I know if my neighbor is playing their music too loud, there are some rules around that. Do our existing noise ordinance rules apply here, or it sounds like you're suggesting we might want to add something to protect against excessive noise
We could
impacts?
affirmatively make them applicable, because they're applicable to all businesses. They would not run afoul of the law to make them applicable. Although to make them much more stringent to sidewalk vendors may be prohibited.
Right. So are you suggesting we would need to make a change to the existing noise ordinance to make them applicable to sidewalk
We could
vending?
incorporate the provisions of the noise ordinance by reference into this ordinance. That a
Okay.
sidewalk vendor should comply with the noise ordinance standards set forth in the applicable section.
Okay. I think that's reasonable. Would the maker of the motion,
Oh, sorry. Trying to-
So just to re-clarify it, because that was a lot of in simpler terms, what are you asking for?
She wants to incorporate the noise ordinance that exists into this motion. Okay. Maker of the, second concurs? Okay, got it. Okay, Councilmember Reynolds, can you request the floor again? There you go.
yeah, okay, good. That was the only thing I wanted to follow up on. I'm going to support the motion. I want to thank everyone who came to speak. I have a very positive experience and relationship with sidewalk vending, and I'm excited about a lot of good opportunities for good food in our city. I want to thank you for the staff report and the very specific kind of list of changes you made. That was really helpful in reviewing this. And one thing that we had talked about when we saw this ordinance the first time, and I want to thank you for responding to the comments that we provided back in the first. Really happy to see us with this new approach here on this vending ordinance. It'd be really helpful to see, just have a visual, a map of, with this ordinance as proposed, with the changes described in the motion, where in the city vending would be allowed, 24 hours versus I can't remember, 8 a.m. to sunset, not allowed, and so on. That would just, I think, help a lot for us to understand where's allowed, and of course for vendors to know where they're allowed to operate. I don't know who would do that, but I would like to see that.
So, Councilmember Reynolds, my understanding is that staff is already working on a map to depict, as a general information item for sidewalk vendors, where vending is prohibited and where it's allowed. If council wishes, we can certainly include that map or version thereof when this comes back for second reading.
Okay. Would we need to include that in a motion?
No, you can
Okay.
just direct it. It's not necessary.
Yeah, if that would be very helpful, I think, for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, I will be supporting the motion. I appreciate everybody's input. There are so many different neighborhoods in Costa Mesa. That's what's really great about our community. We've got gated communities, we've got single-family neighborhoods along the golf course, we've got basic middle-class neighborhoods, we've got neighborhoods that are really right in the heart of our Segerstrom Center for the Arts and our business district. We have neighborhoods like District 4 that are very vibrant and dense and lots of multifamily. We've got neighborhoods like mine in District 3 that have a combination of multifamily and single family with businesses in the middle of the neighborhood. So we have a whole variety of neighborhoods in Costa Mesa. And I think that I agree with Councilmember Chavez that the neighbors in his neighborhood, and frankly, in my neighborhood, in certain parts of my neighborhood, they enjoy the vendors. They have good relationships with the vending owners, and they are doing it now, and it's just we don't have regulations on it. So now people will have to get a business license, which is a good thing. And I think it's important to clarify, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Preziosi, that there's a health permit required, right?
Mayor Foley, absolutely.
Okay.
Any vending food requires a county health permit.
Okay, so you have to get a county health permit, you get a business license. So let's legalize this, what's already happening, and make it so that people can be proud of doing this work and providing this service to our community. Plus, I think it's part of, kind of in certain neighborhoods, our Costa Mesa eclectic charm. And so I'm happy to support it. I had a couple little questions. So is Jack Hammett included in the section regarding prohibitions?
If that's part of,
Okay. And then,
and I assume the skate park, you'd also want the skate park included?
well, no, that would be a different, that would be.
In the other, right.
Within the 25 feet.
Correct.
So would the maker of the motion support that as well? Yep. Okay. Okay. And then, in terms of now that the fish fry is moving to Lions Park, would the fish fry be protected during that time period of the fish fry? Is that covered under the way it's written now, or do we need to add something?
Do you mean a
So we have the-
prohibition on sidewalk vending during the fish fry?
Yeah, because then that would take away from the, the permitted use that's there.
You could add that.
Because all the nonprofits are there selling food, all the school teams and whatnot, and the fish.
The main reason I would recommend, frankly, that if you want to add that you do so is because that's a very important time for the sidewalks to be
right,
accessible and clear.
Okay, so where would we put that?
It's a good question.
Well, you can figure it out for second reading.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, does the maker of the motion, okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then, I will call for, Councilmember Guinness, did you have something else?
No, I don't know why.
I don't know. See, I'm going to cancel all requests. There we go. Okay, call for the question. Oh, you did have something. Okay.
I do appreciate the changes that were made in the ordinance. However, I still remain concerned about the impacts, particularly on our neighborhoods. One of the things that makes Costa Mesa a nice walkable community is we have so many places where people can walk to a commercial establishment. And most of those commercial establishments are not open late into the nighttime. But where we do have that interface, we've had lots of problems with getting noise enforcement for some of the louder bars and so forth. And residents continue to complain who live adjacent to some of those facilities. And I think this would just exacerbate the issue. And I think one of our primary duties is to protect our residents, and I don't think this does that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted to just point out that this is the state law, and some of the things that we weren't able to do were because of the state law prohibition. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Call for the question.
Motion carries 5-1. Councilmember Gannis voting no.
Okay. We're going to take a brief break before we go to old business item number 1. Old business item number 1.
Thank you. Second reading of ordinance 2020-03, Code Amendment CO-19-04, amending Title 19 and Title 13 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code, franchises and planning, zoning and development relating to wireless telecommunications facilities and related infrastructure within the public right-of-way and related design guidelines. Presentation by Ms. Lee, Assistant Director of Development Services.
Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Jennifer Lee, I'm the Assistant Director of Development Services. The item before you this evening is Code Amendment 19-04 regarding wireless facilities within the public right-of-way. At the City Council's last meeting on February 4th, we introduced first reading and Council made modifications to staff's proposed ordinance. The item before you tonight is the second reading of that ordinance. Should it be approved this evening, it would become effective 30 days after the second reading. Just as a brief summary of the changes that occurred at the first reading of the ordinance on February 4th, City Council made modifications, including a number of modifications, but the major modifications included modified noticing provisions to allow for a ministerial wireless telecommunications use permit decision to be posted online and emailed to a notification list. Discretionary wireless telecommunications use permit decisions would continue to be mailed and also posted at the site. The next major change had to do with adding schools to the location hierarchy, giving it equivalent status to residential zones on a local street. And lastly, the last major change had to do with modifying the requirements for distance between poles to 250 feet between facilities and 750 between facilities of the same carrier. Those changes have been made and shown in underlined strikeout as an attachment to your staff report. With that, staff recommends that the City Council find the ordinance exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act and give second reading to and adopt ordinance number 2020-03, Code Amendment CO 19-04. That concludes my presentation. Again, the next steps, if approved, the ordinance would become effective 30 days after the second reading. Staff will return to the City Council with a fee resolution to establish application fees for wireless permits. We would also release a request for proposals for professional services for some of the technical services that we've discussed over the course of this ordinance. And lastly, we would update the city's website and materials and internal practices to be consistent with our discussions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council, are there any questions of staff? Please ask in the queue. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
When we come back with the fees, are we going to include fees for just the permits or also fees relating to the cost of an appeal?
Staff had intended to propose fees just related to the wireless telecommunications use permit and any modified encroachment permits like the eligible facilities request. We had not intended to modify appeal fees. The city has standard appeal fees that would continue to apply. We can do that if the council directs.
Oh, what are the fees?
If you'll give me a moment, I'll look up the exact fee and get back to you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, open this item up to public comment. If there's anyone who wishes to speak to this item, please come to one of the two podiums. As people are coming forward, Ms. Lee or Mr. Porter, I was wondering if we got this tonight at our seat, the request for some changes, additional changes. Have you had a chance to look at this yet? Yes. Can you respond to that while we're waiting? I apologize.
So staff has reviewed that, and staff is not recommending revisions to the ordinance unless the City Council desires to do so.
Are there any requested changes in here that you believe would be allowable under current law?
The City Council certainly has, the City Council has discretion to take as much or as little risk as the council desires to take. So the more restrictive you are, you're increasing your risk. You are also increasing the number of applications, which ultimately would become a discretionary determination rather than a ministerial determination. Federal law requires the city to have some ministerial process. So then the question is just simply, how restrictive are you? And as a result, how many applications will become discretionary rather than ministerial?
Okay, and we also received a letter from AT&T. Had you had a chance to review that letter?
Yes.
Is there anything in that letter that you think we need to address?
No.
Okay, and just for the record, I have not received any donations from any telecommunications provider, contrary to what Councilmember Mansour indicated earlier. Please.
Yes, dear council members, one of the issues surrounding small cells that must be given careful attention is the issue of fire hazards. The last city council vote on small cells gave installation clearance just 25 feet away from homes and buildings. I wanted to give 3 examples of fire hazards. In the summer of 2013, a cell phone tower caught fire over a public works building in Philadelphia. 2 months later, another tower caught fire in Seminole County, Florida, prompting businesses to evacuate and roads within a 170-foot radius of the 127-foot tower to be closed. Then 2 years later, in June 2015, another cell phone tower caught fire in between a high school and a middle school in Newport News, Virginia. All 3 incidents were attributed to maintenance workers doing welding work. Last year in 2019, PG&E caused 12 fires in Northern California. The point is that utilities are always a risk. Similarly, cell towers placed adjacent to or on top of other utilities or other structures will come with fire risk. With that said, I have two questions for the council tonight. My first question concerns the Costa Mesa Fire Department. Has the fire department assessed and assured the public that utilities of this nature are safe to be 25 feet from homes and aging roofs? My second question concerns collapse zones. If an average small cell facility is between 25 and 35 feet in height and is placed 25 feet away from a building, this implies on the taller end that there's no fall zone and the facility will collide with the building during a structural collapse. Shouldn't the facility be far away enough to allow the building a collapse zone if a hazard were to occur? I look forward to your responses on both questions. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Thank you very much. I oppose 5G categorically in whatever form, based upon about 3,000 hours of research that I have done on electromagnetic fields and radio frequency field radiation. I have published one peer-reviewed article, and about a dozen research letters to elected officials, including members of the President's cabinet. I oppose, first of all, the attributes. 5G would be placed every 100 yards. There would be one 5G antenna in each installation, and probably about 3 4G installations in the same facility. It's known that 4G injures people living near the antennas. Furthermore, I have not, in all my research, I have seen no evidence of the power densities of those small cell antennas, none whatsoever, and that's the key to understanding harm to humans. Here are the reasons why I oppose on the grounds of health. Barry Trouser, a UK 5G weapons expert who designed 5G weapon systems to injure and kill Catholics in Northern Ireland, has made the following predictions and analysis. First, he says that in 3 generations, only 1 baby in 8 will be born normal. 7 will be born abnormal. That may seem strange without proof, but there is proof based upon scientific studies among animals and insects who are exposed to 4G radiation, that they become extinguished in 3 to 5 generations. So there is scientific evidence for that statement. He has further said that the only difference between 5G weapon system and the 5G that's going to go into your cells is the frequencies and the time it's going to take to injure you. He has also indicated that there are 4,500 independent electrical subsystems in your body, all of which are going to be damaged by the radiation from 5G and incidentally from other generations, also 4G. In my published article, my God, I've listed 28 illnesses, including cancer and a long list of other illnesses caused by radiation. And I've also found 20 illnesses that are caused by macro cell phone base stations within about 500 meters of an individual living there.
Thank you, sir. Next
I have
speaker.
missed almost everything. I had so much more. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. We give 3 minutes per speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay, good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I know that this has been a long road, and I appreciate the changes that we have made last time. However, there are still several things that are missing, and I do appreciate Mayor Foley's asking whether or not those are within the law, and they are. First, the notification process. The residents have a right to know when these installations go in front of their homes. Under the current ordinance, nearly all of these polls will be ministerial in nature and not notified unless it's via the email system. We've heard at the last meeting that the city deals with thousands of ministerial permits, so it's very prohibitive logistically and from a cost perspective to address this differently. Yet this particular permit has its own category, minor conditional use permit. What other ministerial permits pose potential fire or fall danger, like you heard before? What other ministerial permits must be disclosed under the hazards and nuisance section when selling a house, impacting property values by as much as 20%? And what other ministerial permits affect people with known stated contraindications, such as pacemakers or epilepsy? Right now, there are 59.4 million people in the United States who are electrosensitive, and this is a disability that's recognized by the ADA. Contrary to what you've been told by the telecom law and our expert, the FCC does not trump the ADA. And you need to be able to provide modifications for these people in some way, shape, or form. The other area that we would like to see addressed is to be striking the language, the notification of 750 feet between each poles on a specific carrier basis. We actually think that this exposes us to liability. The law was not meant to prejudice against a particular carrier, but simply on aesthetic reasons. Based on our outside counsel, he actually called this out as a risk to the city from a liability perspective. Last but not least, I shared last time a chart of all of the other cities that we're aware of within California, and Costa Mesa has the most restrictive, meaning closest setbacks to both schools and residences, and we would like to understand why. Is the law different in Costa Mesa than anywhere else? We're not done with this. We're not done with this ordinance. I think that there is more that we can do, certainly all within our purview and within the law. We have employed outside counsel who's an expert in this field, and he has pointed out numerous ways in which we can make this ordinance stronger. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Hello, Council. My name is Zen Honeycutt. I'm actually a resident of Mission Viejo, but I really believe what happens here in Costa Mesa affects all of the cities, the 40 cities in Orange County, and that's very important to me that we have safe and beautiful cities. I want to point out that the people that are speaking here tonight are not just residents that are concerned. They have spoken with experts that are dealing with this, with lawyers around the country. This is happening around the country, and around the country, There are places like Germantown where they woke up with 79 facilities being built in one small neighborhood practically overnight. And you do not want that to happen here. We don't want that to happen anywhere in Orange County. But if you open up the doors to this, that's what will happen. And you may think that you don't have the right to consider health risks, but actually the Supreme Court ruling of T-Mobile versus San Francisco reads that the city has jurisdiction over wireless facilities which generate noise, cause negative health consequences, or create safety concerns. And footnote 13 says that among public utilities codes, they express priorities regarding wireless facility construction is that the public health, safety, welfare, and zoning concerns of local government are addressed. So if you have any concern that you are not following the law and protecting the residents of Costa Mesa by passing this tonight, I urge you to go back to the drawing board and re-look at the Supreme Court rulings. The District of Columbia Circuit judges ruled that it is impossible on this record to credit the claim that wireless telecommunication facilities deregulation will leave little to no environmental footprint. Also, as a class and by their nature, the FCC fails to justify its conclusion that they are inherently unlikely to trigger potential significant environmental impacts. So this is a DC court circuit of judges. I urge you to look at Petaluma's ordinance. It's 400 words, and it has distance between the poles 1,500 feet away, and 500 feet from home. 500 feet from homes, and any existing or approved residents. And it has a lot of other very simplified ordinance that you haven't considered yet. So I'd urge you to go back to that. I would also urge you to consider the California Constitution. All people are by nature free and independent and have inalienable rights. Among these are enjoying and defending life, liberty, acquiring possessions and protecting property, and pursuing and obtaining safety, happiness, and privacy. If you pass this, you are violating the California Constitution. So I urge you to go back to the drawing board and prevent this harm from 4 and 5G cells in Costa Mesa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I ask if you could, do you have a case name for what you're referring to as
Yes.
the DC Circuit?
Yes.
What is the case name?
So this is General Order 159A. It says Supra at P3. I guess, I don't know if that's page 3 or not. That is the Supreme Court ruling of T-Mobile versus San Francisco.
Oh, okay, so it's just you're citing to within the same case. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the other one was the DC Circuit judges, the U.S. Supreme Court in DC. I don't have the exact number for that.
I believe
Okay.
she's referring to the United
18-1129.
Katiwa
Okay,
Band.
thank you.
Indians case.
18-1129. Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Porter, I didn't hear you because she was still speaking.
I'm sorry. So I believe the commenter is referring to the United Katiwa case. It's a
I'm
DC
going to ask
Circuit
you
case.
to address those afterwards, okay? Next speaker.
Ted Flitner, Costa Mesa resident, 20 years. I'm an engineer as well. Again, another court case. This is the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in California, 2005. Metro PCS versus San Francisco. And basically the ruling is that carriers who can prove with substantial evidence in the public record that people don't have basically what's defined as wireless service, which wireless service is defined as voice and text, not data, not high-speed data, it's voice and text. That if they can prove with substantial evidence in the public record, then they can cover the gap in coverage with the tower with the least intrusive means, okay? I've been to a lot of the meetings here, the planning commission meetings that led up to the city council meetings. I was here last week when we had, full house. And I've heard this mentioned by industry side that, part of why we need this density that we're talking about of antennas is for data. We need more data coverage. And that's not what the Telecommunications Act of 1996 refers to. And that's again what that ruling in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in California in 2005 was referencing. That's voice and text, so keep that in mind. With that in mind, the biggest thing that really is untenable for me is 25-foot setback from a house, 50 foot from a school. That should be much larger. San Clemente, at the same time we had that meeting last week, they voted 500-foot setback. What's different in San Clemente than Costa Mesa, right, in terms of rights and protections for citizens? It's the same laws in California, it's the same federal laws. The other point I'd like to make is, what is the term of the lease or the licensing agreement, if you will? What's the lease term or the term of the, what's the application for a tower? How long can they have that in place? I believe it's 10 years right now. I think that should be 2 years, 3 years. It should be much shorter. There's a lot in play. There's a lot of court cases in play. There's obviously a lot of sentiment from the public here. And this seems to be new territory for every city. So it seems like it would be reasonable to give a much shorter permit time so that we can consider and make changes as more information comes available. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Thank you, guys, and thank you so much. I'm under the weather, so bear with me. Appreciate all your work up to this point. It's been a long haul, but my question to you tonight is, do we want to get this done, or do we want to get it done right? It's not there yet. It's just not. I know we're fatigued. I get it. I am, obviously. But there is more work to do. What concerns me the most is that your expressed intent is not matched in the way that this ordinance would be implemented. And we've had our expert attorney analyze it. And this glaring kind of math problem, if a provider goes into a residential zone, which that's where they're going to go first. There's no preferential hierarchy that they're going to run through first. They will go where they're going to go. The only way we will even use that hierarchy or preferred zones that you guys have worked so hard on is if we expand their search farther. And you guys know Costa Mesa well. Mr. Stevens, I know you know it like the back of your hand. If we look around from any residential area, we look around 500 feet, how often are we getting out of that residential area? Not very often. So there is no downside to expanding that search to potentially capture a more preferred zone. Why would we not do this? And I have to clarify, Ms. Lee says that it actually is not, it's not, I don't know, legal or prohibitive or whatever. It is absolutely legal. They would not trigger an exception process in that unless the provider could show that it is technically infeasible. So I have to correct you on that, and I definitely think that you and Mr. Porter should concur, because in our conversations, Mr. Porter agreed with our assessment that that search radius is absolutely feasible and it's within the city's right. So I ask you to consider that, to try to capture a more preferred zone. Otherwise, we'll never will. Secondly, setbacks from residences is a major issue, as we've consistently heard. And I'm asking the council tonight to add the language 90 feet from a residence as a more preferred kind of stop along their process through implementation. So we've done a robust analysis of the city to look for possible alternatives. I know Ms. Foley, you'd asked me to really help you understand how this could work. And we did. I really took a lot of time to do that. And we found almost consistently in a lot of scenarios, there are 90+ foot options away from a residential area, from a home. So our ask is that you add that as the next rung in the ladder before we get to 25 feet, because that should be the last place these should be. And I'm not saying they never will be, and we're not trying to prohibit anything, but we should have the checkpoints in place so that they're following the appropriate protocol. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melody, and I again want to thank you all for, we were here last council meeting and the late night that you all put in and all the effort that you do. And I also want to echo a lot of what has been heard, concerns about the setback from housing. It definitely can have a higher radius with absolutely no downside to have a higher setback from houses, dwellings, and also shorter term limits And as well as that I really want to echo what Zen was talking about as far as the constitutional freedoms that we have of notification and really letting the public know these don't turn off at night, and really being able to have somewhat of a choice. People are not asking for more data. The wireless services are saying they're asking for more data, but we don't really need to have more people texting while driving in their cars, having more faster data, downloading videos while they're driving. It's a public safety concern of mine. And I work with children who are addicted to screens already, and I am concerned about the addiction of screens, and I don't want to feed that addiction in our community, and it just doesn't feel right at all to me. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Carrie Lang, and I'm a resident in Mesa Verde. And there are two issues that I wanted to talk to the council about tonight. The first one is in looking at the new revised draft of the ordinance, and I'm looking at attachment 2, which is the red line version. I noticed that in all the discussion that there was not an appeal fee listed for what the residents, or I guess also businesses, but particularly for the residents, if they wanted to appeal one of the decisions. And it's my understanding that right now you're looking at a $1,200 to $3,000 fee if you wanted to appeal a decision regarding one of these cell towers. And that's really hard for a lot of the residents in Costa Mesa to afford, especially the elderly or the low income. If this is a citywide fee, you have to include all the economic ranges. So since we've allowed this permit situation to be its own section now, is it possible that you would consider lowering an appeal fee so that when residents find out about towers, if they have a reasonable reason to appeal, that they could afford to do such a thing? And then the second one I have is in looking over the ordinance on handwritten page 50, under public notice mailing labels, it says that they have to send out separate mailing labels to each tenant occupant within a 500-foot radius. But then later on it talks about the email notifications, and it was a little confusing, so I don't know if you can clarify that. So if you're going to put a cell tower installation in, does every property owner and tenant occupant actually receive by mail notice of such a thing? And then is the email something that's elective that residents can opt into if they want to find out the decision or find out about an appeal? And that was confusing in your ordinance. And I was wondering if you could clarify that so it's much clearer, because a lot of us are concerned about the notice requirements and people not getting notice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker. We're gonna answer all these questions at the end. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. I looked over your new revised, your second reading, and I see on there that you've got the exemption from CEQA, but you don't have anything regarding the National Environmental Protection Policy Act or the National Historic Preservation Act in your documentation. You are required by law to have this implemented in your docket. It's supposed to be in this ordinance. This is a federal 4G, 5G rollout, and this is federal regulations by the FCC. I have their tower and antenna siting. I would like to submit it to the City Council and to your attorney. It has the information as to what you have to do as far as using the National Environmental Policy Act, and also how to do it. So I printed out that for you. I would like to submit it legally to you since it's not in your docket, Ms. Lee, for your secondary reading. Many people testified to this 2 weeks ago, and I don't understand why it's not in there. CEQA is subservient to the federal government. the federal government, FCC, which you guys want to comply to, you got to comply to NEPA and to the historic as well with these applications of historic. As far as historic applications and where these small cells are supposed to go. So also I have a news and media document that talks about that the FCC may not exempt all small antenna deployments from environmental reviews. So I'd like to submit this legally to your city council, to you, the Mayor Foley, and your legal team for your review, because, you know, you guys have been working on this for 3 years, but I don't understand why you guys don't have this new court information at your disposal and why it's not in your documentation. Your documentation is very, seems like it's missing a lot of information from many attorneys that are working on this for the cities of all across the United States regarding this. Anyway, I'd like to see that put in your ordinance for the people. Thank you.
Speaker?
Good evening. I had totally something else prepared, but I had to point out the passion in the room over the elote carts and street vendors and fish fries has been both touching and a little disgruntling. I heard words like noise, nuisance, family, protect, hardworking, prohibition, and collective charm. On one hand, I enjoyed the lighthearted banter, the conversation, the anecdotal and observational evidence, how you all seem to value your own experiences, and yet here we are. We have been led to believe this whole time that we can't consider health and 5G. On the other hand, I say this, and with all due respect, the vendor talk really kind of highlights how unprepared you all are to vote on this at this time. We've not seen this same banter amongst you all. I encourage you to strongly consider the 500-foot cell tower setback like most local municipalities that Monica pointed out 2 weeks ago. The people deserve this. These hardworking people of Costa Mesa who are partaking in their democratic rights to protect their families and Costa Mesa's collective charm deserve this. And also consider the residents in Huntington and Oyster Bay, New York have sued the city council for not protecting them from 4 and 5G. Thank you.
Hi, Marcia Hoist, Huntington Beach. I'm very concerned that none of you fully understand what you're perfectly willing to sign off on. And most of you voted, person that voted no is not here now, but you all voted yes last time. 25 feet close to people's homes is outrageous. You're subjecting them to serious amount of radiation, 24/7 in their home. They won't be able to enjoy their yards anymore or their neighborhood. You're going to really hurt their neighborhoods. Don't do that. And has there been any, is there a gap study, a significant gap in coverage, voice coverage, as the other gentleman said? Have you done any studies on that? Can you give me that information? Or can you provide that? Okay? You don't need to have these in people's neighborhoods. They should not be close to homes. Don't do that. These people elected you, and your oath of office is to protect them first, I believe. Is it not? You're here with them. And another thing I want to ask is, how many years has this been discussed with the industry? As opposed to how recently did you invite your public in and open up to them? That's what I'd like to know, the information, because I don't know that they've had equal access to this whole situation, and this directly affects them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Well, a lot of this has been brewing for a long time. It seems like it came on us here in Costa Mesa rather suddenly, and we were unprepared, in the council and the residents as well. I feel with this and the thing about the push carts, I feel like I'm living in a dictatorship, not a democracy. It really chafes. And I know that the people that come down in favor of this and the people that are in favor of the push carts, maybe on opposite ends of the political spectrum, but they still have the same idea, and that's dictating how we're going to live instead of letting us, our city, determine for ourselves. So our choices may be limited, but I pray that you guys will stretch those limits, that you will go as far as you can in protecting us. I think Mr. Wall read these at the first hearing, and these are some things that have happened at the Supreme Court. On April 4th, 2019, the California Supremes published an opinion supporting municipal authority to make regulations on so-called small cells, public right-of-way towers that use in uses of the public's right-of-way. This affirmed a former appellate court ruling that seems to go beyond mere aesthetic standards, affirming the exercise of municipalities' full police powers to regulate small cell towers in the public right-of-way, including that municipalities do have discretionary power. These give cities and counties the backbone and legal cover to create and enforce rules and ordinances to protect the public, the environment, as has been mentioned, and the public land. These decisions are vital documents for local officials and decision makers. And he went on to say, excerpts from the opinion, from the California Supreme Court opinion, contrary to plaintiff's argument, the incommode clause need not be read so narrowly. As the Court of Appeals noted, the word incommode means to give inconvenience or distress, to disturb. But travel is not the sole use of public roads. Other uses may be incommoded beyond the obstruction of travel. For example, lines or equipment might generate noise, cause negative health consequences, or create safety concerns. All these impacts could disturb public road use and disturb its quiet enjoyment. I don't know if there's some meat in there for you, but it sounds to me like there may be some precedent that can be used in the city of Costa Mesa.
Next speaker. My name is Christy. I would ask, is our city council not as good as other city councils? And I would answer, of course not. Our city council is just as good. Our city council is just as smart, is just as creative, is just as capable of doing a great job as any other city council. So we have to ask ourselves, why is our city council not doing as good a job as other city councils on this issue? And I'm not speaking about any other issues. We look at what other city councils are doing and what they're implementing to protect their citizens, and all we're asking for is our city council to do the same things. I don't need to go into detail. I was watching at home online because my kids were at home, but I saw all the really good points made. We have just as good a city council, and I believe that our city council can do just as good a job as these other cities. Right now, these other cities are doing better. And so we're asking you guys to do better. We're asking you to make changes that right now it doesn't appear are being made. We're asking you guys to look at what other cities are doing and to match that. We understand that you guys are in a challenging situation, but I think you can understand that when the voters who elected you hear from their city council members, the people in authority, the people in charge of protecting them, when we hear that their hands are tied and there's nothing that they can do, and last time one of you said, we'll go talk to the FCC, we're talking to you guys. We elected you guys, and we are expecting you to take care of us. Other city councils are doing that, and we're looking for you to do that. We can go talk to the FCC, but that doesn't solve the immediate problem that's happening literally in our front and backyards. It doesn't affect the things that are about to happen in our city. You guys have a lot of power. You guys have a lot of choice. You have a lot of leeway for things. Other cities are using that, and we would ask you guys to please do the same. We'd ask you guys to look at what other cities are doing that's already been outlined and explained, and to please consider those things. I don't think that anyone thinks this city council isn't as capable as all the other city councils, but we're looking around at the other cities and better things are happening. So we ask you to please think about that. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Well, she did a great job. I probably don't need to say anything. First of all, I want to just say how impressed I've been with the residents, especially Allison and Monica, who have done the research as residents on their own time. And I was so impressed by the red line presentation that they made, and thankful that you went back for a half an hour or so to come back with those suggestions. But I agree with the residents that you should be doing more. It kind of reminds me of where we were maybe 8 or 10 years ago with sober living. And I was told, oh, we can't do anything, we're going to get sued, because it's the federal laws that allow for the sober livings to open up. And look where we are. It got out of control because we were afraid of a lawsuit. But you signed up for this job to protect the residents, and I think you have to really search your hearts and balance things out tonight and really listen to the recommendations. The San Clemente, 500 feet. And the last speaker is right. Why cannot we go the extra mile to protect our residents and preserve the quality of life, and rather than do the minimal and just get by and not be afraid of the lawsuits, and to do better with the public notice too. You can go the extra mile, and you need to. Thank you.
Thank you. This will be our last speaker. Please come to the podium if you want to speak.
So there's a
Otherwise-
really good little ad on TV, and the dad says to the daughter, make good choices. And then the daughter turns around and said, you make good choices. I feel that the council, the prior council just set us up for a fall with all of this. And then there was this blackout where residents weren't allowed to know anything, and that had nothing to do with anyone sitting up there now. And we just found it. I found it. That they were passing everything, and nobody was knowing anything about it. And this is ridiculous. And so the notification in my mind is a priority. I don't think anybody should have one of these things outside their house without quite a bit of notification. I'm not talking like 5 or 7 days over a holiday when no one's around. They should have a right to know what's going on with these. And at Pacific Palisades, don't forget there's a sign underneath that says, do not stand within 5 feet of this cell phone tower. So how come some cities are really making a big deal out of this, and I don't understand why we're not, because the residents are very well informed and very articulate, and they're coming up here and begging you to do it. And on Allison's chart, and by the way, thank you, Allison and Monica, totally for what you've done, but the one chart they had, one city has made it a 1,500 feet. Why are we taking the low road? Why aren't we taking the high road or the max road? You know, like at least start high. Maybe we might have to chip it down, but why start at the bottom? I'm begging you to just stall, push it back, way back, push it as far back as you can. Stall till we get this straightened out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to close public comment. Council, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens. Well, here, you took off there you go.
Am I on?
Yep.
So I was going to make a motion, but I've got a couple of quick.
We'll make the motion first.
Well, okay, then can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion, I might change it. So I move to approve the staff's recommendation with one change. I want to include a 100-foot notice period, zone, right, notice area for wireless permit applications. Other than that, I accept the staff recommendation.
Is there a second? Anybody? No. Okay, it's not working. Okay, Councilmember Chavez, second. Okay.
For discussion.
That's for the floor.
Okay, I've got.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, it's not working, but I'll second for discussion.
Okay.
Okay. So First, I'll tell you my reason for my modification, then I'll talk a little bit more about the motion. I have got some questions too. The reason for the modification is that even if we have what would otherwise be a ministerial approval, I think it makes sense. It's not asking too much to have a 100-foot zone of notice, so that if there's some specific issue, some of the residents said that somebody who has a particular sensitivity or a pacemaker or something like that, they could at least provide us notification of that so we can go and address that issue and try to get an accommodation from the carrier. I don't think that that's too much to ask, and I think it gives us good information that we could work with. So that's the reason for my modification. I have a question, though. I think that is there a misreference here on page handwritten 50? See, one of the members of the public brought it up where it says public notice mailing labels, and then it has the labels within the 500-foot radius. Are you with me? Okay. And then it says C4B, as required per subsection C4B, and then I go to what looks like C4B, which is at 55, and that's the thing that says notices, and we've crossed out the 500-foot, and we have the web page notification. Is there something that didn't get changed there in the shuffle? It looks like we might be referring to there at the public notice labeling section, which is subsection H. We might be referring to C3B, findings for discretionary approval. I'm not sure about that.
Mr. Porter,
It just doesn't seem to track.
So I don't believe that there is a mistake, and I'll
Okay.
explain the intent of the
Yeah.
strikeout, and I think the words match the intent. So if I'm looking at C4B, which is under WTUP application process, subsection B, notices, the language that was struck out was essentially intended to be sort of a Reader's Digest version of what the code section says that it's referred to in the line right above. So D1 and D2 of section 13-29 of the municipal code describes the 500-foot mailing radius and also posting a notice on site. So that is the notice requirement for a discretionary wireless telecommunications use permit.
Oh, I see. So if it's discretionary, you get the 500.
Correct.
Okay, and then that's what that reference indicates discretionary.
Correct.
Okay, I got it. All right, I just wanted to make sure that was okay. And then for ministerial, what I'm including is the in my motion, which is at least seconded for discussion, is the 100-foot notice period.
For a
Okay.
ministerial WTUP.
Ministerial, right. Okay. Now, just if I could talk to the motion just for a second. I really appreciate all the work that's done. I hope everybody appreciates the work that we've done on this, and I hope that you don't think we're slacking off. We're not. I mean, we spent 5 hours on it at the last meeting. I've met with every single resident that's asked to meet with me. I've talked on the phone with every resident that's asked to talk on the phone with me. I've read every word as best I can of everything that was presented to me. As to a couple of things, so I think if we've adopted the 500-foot look, I think that's reasonable. Staff is telling me that the distance, the best information we have for the distance of the coverage is 500 feet, and that if we went to 1,000 feet, all that we would have is more discretionary permits that we'd be processing. Am I right? Did I get that right? Okay, that's what staff's telling me. So I accept staff's view on that. Talked to the lawyers, talked to Jennifer many times about this. As to the saying we want to be 90 feet away from the residents, I mean, somebody said I know the city like the back of my hand. I do like to look at that aerial map of the city. I'm kind of a geek that way. I look at the aerial map, I see all of the neighborhoods, and I know that if you were to put in any of our actual residential neighborhoods, if you were to put a 90-foot distance from a structure, you would basically exclude most of our neighborhoods. Or what you would do is, more to the point, you may not exclude the neighborhoods, but what you do is everything would become discretionary. You know, and I think we have to set up a system where a certain number of these are ministerial, a good number of these are ministerial, because then we have the carriers kind of adopting our framework rather than just going through a discretionary process. The other thing is with the 750-foot distance per carrier. I think that makes a lot of sense because we have 250 feet apart as a distance requirement and 750 per carrier. And what that it does is it allows room for multiple carriers to go within 750 feet. So it does create a situation where we're more likely to have ministerial permits and we're more likely to have fewer of these discretionary permits. Now, we could do all the things that people are saying. We could say we want them to be 500 feet away from a residence. Right? That's not realistic in Costa Mesa. Look at the aerial map. It's not realistic. We could say we needed to be 1,000 feet from a residential zone. We wouldn't have coverage. All that would happen would be all of the carriers would come into our discretionary permitting process, and they'd most likely get their permit. So it's like, I look at it like kind of a bursting bubble. The more aggressive or restrictive you are, at some point in time, it explodes and you're left with no restrictions, and all of the carriers are just coming in and asking for a discretionary permit, and they're going to get it because nobody can comply with our ministerial program. Anyway, that's the basis of my motion, and so I got a second. We'll see if it passes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Stevens. Yeah, I also want to reiterate the fact that I really appreciate the community coming out on this issue. You know, I keep saying that when we first heard it last year, when I was a brand new council member, maybe in March, we've come so far since then. We have new restrictions that weren't there before. What keeps coming back to my mind is this. A lot of the ordinances that I've heard about that have been brought up in the past were almost feel-good ordinances. All of them had a backdoor that allowed for carriers to get into those facilities that they quote-unquote deemed banned. I didn't feel that was the most effective measure to do in Costa Mesa. I want to be upfront. I want to be transparent with residents. And like Mayor Pro Tem Stevens said, our city is very uniquely situated in the fact that we have a lot of residential areas. There's not a lot of quarters that are not residential. You know, when I look at the map of Costa Mesa, the only big areas that aren't really residential are the southwestern part in District 5, that overlooks the bluffs, a few streets like Placentia, 19th Street, Harbor, Fairview to some extent. There's not really a lot of areas that are not residential. So when we make a limit be over 25 feet, what will end up happening is we're creating a situation where the carriers can say, by right and through litigation, due to the FCC order, you're being restrictive. And then we lose all capacity we have for any limitations. Could it have been more restrictive, like San Clemente mentioned earlier? Perhaps. But I'd be shocked if they didn't have a backdoor mechanism that allows them the opportunity to allow the carriers a way in. So I think, given the information we have, this is, from my understanding, the best we were able to come up with. So for that reason, I'll support the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Marr?
So I'm looking at the design guidelines, first paragraph. The director determines that the applicant has demonstrated with clear and convincing evidence in the written record each more preferred structure location within 500 feet of the proposed installation are technically infeasible. So, sorry, maybe I'm just being thick. Why, if that were more than 500 feet, why would that cause there to be more discretionary actions? Aren't we just giving them a bigger radius to look in?
Lee?
We are giving, we would be giving a larger radius to look in, but the idea is that the search radius has a connection to the ability of a small cell facility signal to service a certain area.
Right.
So we can make the search radius really, really large, but so if it has no relationship to the ability of a small cell facility to serve a population, we're sort of just leading more applications to the discretionary process. because we will identify a more preferred location because we have a larger search radius. But that location will not be able to serve the demand population for the facility. The carriers won't agree to it. We'll push them to a discretionary process because they're not agreeing to locate in a more preferred location. And they will say, we're 1,000 feet away from our demand population, our small cell facility can't service the area. So that's the process that will happen again and again. It's the reason why we had a relationship between the 500-foot search radius and the 500-foot service capacity of a small cell facility.
So I guess it just strikes me that that 500 is a little squishy, right? I mean, we're talking, not supposed to talk about science, but if the power density like drops off at some point, right? And that 500 is not necessarily like a hard and fast 500. That 500 is a more or less depending on the power output of the unit.
That's correct. We did confirm the service capacity of a small cell facility with our third-party expert, and their information was that 500 feet is typical for a small cell facility. There are times when it is less in terms of the service area. There are times when it's a little bit more, but their field was under very rare circumstances that it's hundreds of feet, not thousands, was their quote.
Okay. So I mean, I'd like to push that a little bit. So would the maker of the motion be open to changing that 500-foot search radius to a 750-foot search radius, which would also coincide with the facility distance that we include on the second page of the design guidelines? Do you want me to repeat it?
Coincide with, you said?
Sorry. I know, this is one of the flaws in this system. There's no way.
750 feet that we're requiring the facilities to be from each other.
That's a reasonable point. Why doesn't that make sense, what she just said? Because if we're saying that they have to be, if we're using the 750 feet, I'm asking the question to see if I'll agree to that. If they have to be 750 feet apart, why not say use 750 for your look?
I think that's a fine point from a consistency perspective. Since we changed the spacing, I think that's a fine point from a consistency standpoint.
Well, if you think it's a fine point, then I'll agree. The maker of the motion will agree with it.
If I could just weigh in.
Barlow?
Yes,
thank
Ms.
you.
Barlow.
The
Pouring cold water on the
750-foot distance is between facilities of the same company,
Right.
right?
Yes.
So
That's correct.
is that what you're talking about in terms of consistency?
Yes.
The 750-foot
Yeah, I
search
mean,
area, okay.
Right. So if anything, I'd be motivated to make it 1,000, with the idea being they're like 500 feet apart, right? So 500-foot distance. But if we're saying, I'm not really sure, and I know I'm not supposed to comment on the science, right? So I think it's squishy. I think we could make it 750 and we'd still be fine.
Yeah, I mean, the worst case scenario, you have more discretionary permits.
Yeah,
So,
right.
so,
Okay,
so the answer is
Second
yes.
concur? Okay.
And can I just speak to it quickly?
Sure. Can you request the mic?
I think
I know. Just so everyone's clear, I figured out we can go into discussion mode, and then you have to request the mic again. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm a former nuclear engineer, and I am a working mechanical engineer now. And it is really, really, really hard for me to sit here sometimes and like not comment on some of the things I'm not supposed to comment on. So anyway, I'm just going to throw that out there and not say anything more about it. I, like Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, have met with everybody who's asked. I don't know where Ms. Burchett is, but we've talked 3 or 4 times. I've met with Monica, months and months and months ago. I guess the idea that we're not putting our best effort into this is kind of ridiculous, just based on how much time we've all spent going through this, the hours. What I'm not willing to do is just throw all discretion to the wind and put in fake numbers in there just to make us all feel good about it. You look at some of the other cities that have been cited, Encinitas didn't have a certified housing element for like 6 years, 8 years. Huntington Beach is being sued by the state for their housing process, right? Like, we want to be a city that is responsible and acting responsibly for our residents. And so I'm not going to do things just because I think it'll make the most people happy. Thanks for the hand sanitizer. Let's get that back over here. I think what we're doing makes sense from a science perspective. I think what we're doing makes sense from a legal perspective. I'll be supporting the motion. That being said, I really, really do appreciate just the amount of effort that has been put in this, because I think we are better when you push back against us on some of these things, right? So we accepted, for those of you who don't know and didn't see the red line, literally hundreds of changes to the ordinance based on resident feedback. I think that's fantastic. I appreciate all of that feedback, but at some point, I think we have to draw the line. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness, can you request the floor again? There you go.
Okay. I apologize for asking this question at this late date, but what is the typical height of a light pole? Because this one gentleman made a good point about fall radius, because cars, trucks do hit poles sometimes.
I'm going to take a moment to look at some of our standard plans, and I'll get right back to you.
And then my other question, well, actually my other point is, this addresses only small cell in the public right-of-way. Is that correct?
Ms. Lee or Mr. Pullman?
So this ordinance is designed around small cells, but it also does apply to anything that doesn't fit within the definition of what a small wireless facility is.
But in the public right-of-way, that's actually my question.
Yeah, this is specific to the right-of-way.
Because here's my question, is I have this thing, like right on my, I don't know if the camera's picking it up or not, it's on the telephone wire that's on my rear property line. It's technically in my neighbor's backyard, but it has been there for years. They never asked anybody's permission. It just showed up one day. And I asked about it. Well, it's for the cable TV, and it predates a lot of the cell phone stuff. And I've always assumed it was just a bunch of wires coming in for the cable TV and then a bunch of wires going out to the houses for the cable TV. But I don't know. And because this regulates only facilities in the public right-of-way, does that mean we have no authority over those on these private easements? Because we have a lot of overhead wires for a large portion of the city, and they're typically in people's backyards. So does that mean that all these telephone poles and all these wires could have antennas on them?
That's a very good question. Ms. Lee?
So if I understand your question, it's not related to public right-of-way specifically, but just on private property. So we still have our zoning ordinance that applies to infrastructure installations on private property. Also, I think that something that we've addressed in this ordinance was the idea of strand-mounted equipment, and we specifically listed it here as not being a small cell facility. So we've addressed it in public right-of-way. Our zoning code in general addresses it on private property. I think we do want to look into rights that certain cable companies might have under their franchise agreements, but that's something that we'll look into with public services.
Okay, because I don't know what this thing is. And like you say, it predates cell phone usage, but I know they've fiddled with it over the years and changed the configuration. So for all I know, I don't know what it is. And it's right in my backyard, and nobody asked me, nobody told me, nobody asked the people. Well, it's adjacent to my backyard. Nobody asked the people in back about it either. And so I'm kind of concerned that we're exposed here, and should we do something that makes it too onerous in the public right-of-way, we're going to have them, it's going to be even worse because they're going to be in our backyards. But I would like to make sure, I would like us to move forward on something that might address that if we have any rights at all to do so, because I don't want that to turn into something in my backyard that's, whether it's 5G, 4G, or whatever. And then, do we have an answer on the light pole?
Yes, in Costa Mesa, for the Southern California Edison poles, there are two types. The shorter pole is 23 feet tall, and the taller pole is approximately 30 feet.
Well, then would the maker of the motion accept an amendment on page 37 where it's setbacks from dwellings? Small wireless facilities, regardless of zone, shall not be within 20 feet of any lawful dwelling unit, nor within a distance equal to the total height of the pole plus the wireless facility.
I'm sorry, what page and what section?
Page 37, and it would be there we go. 3A. And in addition in addition to the 25 feet of a lawful dwelling unit, nor within a distance equal to the total height of the pole plus the wireless facility.
So for the 30-foot pole, that would be 35 feet.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think that's fine. We talked about that. Yeah, that's fine if you want to do that.
Madam Mayor.
And I'm not quite done. But Ms. Marr may be able to shed light on that too. But I will support the motion, and it makes me really angry that the federal government does what they do on this, because I do feel like we're being dictated to, and it makes me especially angry when I realize that this thing just appeared on the wires in my backyard without so much as a bayou leave to anybody. And I worry that it could happen again because this is on a private easement, private utility easement across private property. And so I will support the motion, but I hope that we would continue to look at things that we can do to protect ourselves more.
Thank you. Okay, I will be supporting the motion. I think that Councilmember Guinness raises a very good point about the utility poles in the backyards. And I am concerned because I just happen to know that, because I have 2 utility poles in my backyard, and Edison can come in and trim your trees, and it's a big drama every time. And so because they have a private easement that allows them to have access to that pole without me, the owner of the property, having any say. So we should probably look into that. That's a very good point. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, now I have a couple of questions. I know there's been, and I thank you, Councilmember Chavez, for pointing out what is essentially, it's a farce, basically. These other cities, it's a farce. They're not actually prohibiting anything in residential. They pretend to be prohibiting in residential so that people think that there's a ban on cell phone towers in residential. But really, there's some language that's within their ordinance that's like a caveat. And it gives them, as Councilmember Chavez indicated, a backdoor into it. So, Mr. Porter, am I incorrect in stating that?
Every ordinance that I've reviewed includes that provision.
Okay, and I actually agree. We have met with everyone, and to address whoever asked the question, have we given equal time? No, we've given more time to the residents, more time. I have had one meeting. I've had one meeting with the telecommunications. It was like a year ago, and it was for, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes of time, right, Mr. Locke? Yes, about 30 minutes of time. And all my other meetings, all the other public meetings have all been to try to respond to, listen to, analyze, ask staff to research, and to address the resident concerns. Many hours, many hours. Mr. Porter, I have challenged to research every single ordinance from every city that has been suggested to us as banning utilities, or I keep saying utilities, I apologize, banning cell phones, small cell wireless facilities, thank you. I got utilities on my mind. And so I am comfortable knowing that our staff has done all the research and that those cities that are pretending to ban are not being honest with their residents. I'm comfortable with that because we did the research. And I'm comfortable that, as Councilmember Marr said, we made hundreds and hundreds of changes based on the citizen resident input and to the extent that we could. And one thing, you know, I'm also concerned about is that there's a lot of misinformation about what cases say and what they don't say. A lot of these quotes that have been given to us up here on the podium, they're not the holdings of the case. They're not the law. And so it's just like taking a little section out of the case and, you know, reciting that section, but it's out of context. So, Mr. Porter, the T-Mobile versus San Francisco case, have you read that case?
Yes.
And what does that case stand for?
So in 2019, that was a case that essentially confirmed that a city retains the authority to regulate the aesthetics of wireless facilities in the right-of-way. Hence, we have an ordinance doing exactly what we're proposing to do.
Okay.
There is a provision in it that continues to be cited by the members of the public opposed to RF emissions, that generally it does state that cities do have the authority to regulate based on health, safety, and welfare, which is a standard police power authority. Cities always have that authority. But that's a California Supreme Court case. Federal law does not allow a city to effectively prohibit telecommunication facilities in a city, even if that California Supreme Court case stood for that proposition, it would be illegal. It does not stand for that proposition, nor could it.
Okay. And then there was a cite to Ninth Circuit case, Metro PCS versus, is that the
San
same
Francisco.
case?
It's a different case.
Okay.
It's from 2005. And that decision was good law until the FCC ruled in 2018 when this small cell decision, they changed the legal standard. Historically, the standard has been that cities, that there's a two-step test. You need to prove a significant gap, and they need to establish the least intrusive means to fill that significant gap. Well, the FCC, in the 2019 decision, changed the rule. They said now the test is whether you materially inhibit. And that standard is more lenient towards telecommunication providers than the standard that cities had historically been using in the Ninth Circuit.
Okay, so that Ninth Circuit case that regulated voice and text that was referred to at the podium, that's no longer the law.
Well,
I mean, it's parts of it are, but that particular part.
So that case was not specific to texting and whatever. It was talking about what constitutes a significant gap. So
Okay.
It wasn't exactly what the commenter was referring to.
Okay. Then there was reference to the Telecommunications Act of 1996 as to being more, providing greater regulations than what we're doing here. Can you address that?
So the Telecommunications Act of 1996 has been the law since 1996 and really has not substantially changed. Now, certainly there have been court cases interpreting what it means, but it does say that cities do have the authority to regulate based on aesthetics, but it expressly prohibits a city from regulating based on the health effects of RF emissions. What a city can do, and what this ordinance does do, is it mandates that applicants confirm that they are in compliance with federal law. So we have a number of provisions in here to ensure that RF emissions are consistent with federal standards, but once they are consistent, we cannot add our own regulations on top of that.
So if the law changed to make, to disallow, let's say at the federal level, the law was changed to disallow small wireless facilities in residential zones, then our ordinance would then be interpreted to disallow because it'd be consistent with the law, correct?
We would certainly, either we would immediately amend our ordinance, or more likely, what would happen at the federal level would be that they would be tweaking the test to determine what constitutes a violation of RF emission standards, and those standards, whatever they may be changed to, would be our standards.
Okay. And then there was reference to Petaluma. I mean, I've never been to Petaluma, but I would assume it's not as dense in terms of residential population as Costa Mesa. And so one of the things that you and I spoke about and that we noticed was that in some of the cities where the distance was, 1,500 feet or whatever it was, more significant than ours, was because the houses were further apart. Is that right?
That is a typical reason for different distances depending on density. Absolutely correct.
Okay. Ms. Lee, did you have anything to add to that?
We did take a look at the Petaluma ordinance as well. I think that housing density is one reason. The other reason is what was already discussed at the council level. There was a lot of community concern. The council adopted very broad distances despite that fact. They have the exception clause, the same as every other ordinance we've seen.
Okay, and so the exception clause is essentially what then allows them to do essentially what we're just putting into our ordinance now and being transparent about. Is that correct? Is that yes? I didn't hear. Yes?
Yes,
okay.
correct.
Okay, then there was a question about, or a request to include, and a concern that we didn't include, the National Environmental Policy Act. I'm going to take a big wild guess here and say that the California Environmental Quality Act is much greater and more restrictive than the National Act because we're in California. But can you address that?
That is a very good guess, and you're absolutely correct. In California, we have many more laws that apply than laws that apply throughout the country. So the arguments, there were a number of commenters that talked about NEPA and how compliance with NHPA, the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966, is required. Those arguments come from a misinterpretation of the United Kituwa Band of Cherokee Indians in Oklahoma versus FCC decision. Many people believe or argue that that decision means that a city cannot approve wireless telecommunication facilities. That is not what that means. That case is a case from the DC Circuit, and that applies to the second report and order of the FCC. The small cell decision that is the main case at issue is the third report and order. So that case does not apply. Moreover, that particular case relates solely to the federal government's process of selling spectrum. And they said that the FCC was wrong in setting up an expedited system for selling spectrum, and that they actually were bad, and they really should have complied with the NHPA and NEPA. That is not what is going on here. We don't need to say that we're compliant with NEPA because it doesn't apply here.
Okay. And then finally, to address the appeal fee, we have an appeal fee. We also have a process by which if a resident wants to appeal something but can't afford to appeal it, they can ask a council member to appeal. And many of us will automatically do that because we want to give the public the right. But that is part of our process. Is it appropriate to have a different appeal fee for this versus other appeals? Are we allowed to do that? Ms. Barlow, anyone? It's okay. Ms. Lee?
Process?
Are we allowed to have a different appeal fee for this versus other appeal fees?
The appeal fee is based upon the reasonably anticipated cost of the service.
Could we have a lower appeal fee for this versus all the other appeals?
It doesn't seem to me that we should be able to do that. There's no reasonable basis for that
Okay, and then one, okay, well, when you get, yeah, I'm still up. Okay, so on the, there was on the letter that we received, which I have read, I've read all the correspondence provided to us. There's a letter dated, even this letter that we got tonight. I don't know what the date is on this letter, but it looks like it's dated Sunday, February 16th. And in it, there's on page, well, paragraph, right before paragraph 4, it talks about how I had, and I remember this, the language in the guidelines, section 2C, lowercase 3I, it says that we just left it K through 12 schools, and I think the language should have been just schools, not limited to K through 12. Did we make that change?
We can have it say what you want it to say. The reason that we included K through 12 in that language, I'm trying to find it, is because in other places within the guidelines, it also refers to K through 12 schools. So if we only refer to schools in one place and K through 12 schools in another place, that the thought was, well, let's be consistent.
Okay. All right.
And if you disagree, certainly you can amend the motion.
Okay. And then well, we could just say schools throughout. Yeah, that's what I think I was referring to. Just say schools throughout.
Rather than K through 12 schools?
Right.
There's staff would have some concerns with that because then it's unclear what might constitute a school. How about a preschool? How about a nursery school? How about whereas if you say K through 12, then it's clear
Excuse me, please.
It's clear what you intend it to mean. So if you want to clarify what you mean.
Okay, so then say pre-K through 12. Why would we exclude preschool?
And where it goes further afield for staff is a martial arts school or a dance school or a piano school. From a zoning perspective, sometimes we categorize those the same way. So we just want to be clear what council's intent was.
Right, so would the maker of the motion say pre-K through 12? I think we all know what preschool is. Seems like obvious to me. Do you know what preschool is?
Do I know what a preschool is?
Here, you got it. Okay.
Okay, I'll tell you, I know what a preschool is, but pre-K is different than a preschool, because pre-K is it's a curriculum that immediately precedes kindergarten. Preschool kids can start going to when they're 2 years old. So, what am I asking to add? Am I asking
you to add
pre-K?
Well, if you don't like, I don't agree with your interpretation of pre-K, but if you think that, I just want to include preschools, so that if 2 years old is your litmus, I don't know what that means, but.
Well, like my kids went to Step by Step, and they started going probably when they were about 2.
Right, so
They
my
went to
kids
Harbor.
went to the Orange Coast College, Harry and Grace Steele Center. So I don't know.
At 2, is that what we're talking about? As soon as you start to go to some type of
No, so your experience is 2 years old. My experience is 6 months. So I'm just saying, what is the, well, it's considered to be, okay, daycare. I don't know. I just feel like the point is we were trying to prevent them from being next to places where children are gathered together and educated or cared for in a group setting. How's that? Okay, so anyway, the question is, do you accept that change or no?
what does staff think about that change?
Because the sentence is, or immediately adjacent to a K through 12 school. I'm just simply saying immediately adjacent. This is handwritten, page 37. C3. immediately adjacent to a daycare, preschool, or K through 12 school.
What does immediately adjacent mean?
I think that's a definition.
Is it in the definitions?
Mayor Foley, may I inquire, are you talking about a licensed daycare as opposed to moms that have their kids next door?
Well, but that would already be addressed because that's residential. Licensed daycare is also in residential, so that doesn't solve the problem. But residential is already addressed. We don't have to work with that. There's already 25 feet. So I'm talking about anything not in a residential.
Madam Mayor.
Staff?
Hold on one second. Ms. Lee?
So just for informational purposes, the way that our zoning code is structured, it doesn't specifically address preschools at all. There's a daycare category, and then there's a primary and secondary schools. It's silent on pre-K or any sort of school before primary. So we're sort of going in a new direction here in any case, so I think we just need to be clear about what was intended, and staff will implement the words that we include in the code.
So my request is, based on the code definition, I suppose, is this is in a non-residential neighborhood, daycare, primary, or what did you say, secondary? Just to be consistent with our existing code. The maker of the motion. Right now, I'm just asking if the maker of the motion accepts that, and then we can all go back to each person
Well, I
going.
want to clarify something.
Does the maker of the motion accept that?
Okay, I'll do that for discussion.
Councilmember Chavez, do you accept that change? I'm okay with that. Okay, Councilmember Guinness, did you want to clarify something?
Well, to clarify, Section C says residential districts and schools, so it already pulls schools out of non-residential.
Right. So schools is something out of, schools, it would be out of a residential district as it's defined here.
Yeah.
So what the mayor had me add is to take away the modifier of K through 12. And so if it's a school of any kind, no matter what the age of the child that's going to the school, it's outside of a residential district, it would be in this particular preference. And I agreed to that.
Okay, and then
Oh, yeah.
Councilmember Mar, did you want to add anything?
Okay, so we're adding to 3, or was it a brand new, was this G as part of additional location requirements?
It's just going to be under I don't know where, you're looking at it online, so I'm not sure.
37,
So handwritten page 37, section C,
under setbacks from driveways.
no, under residential districts and schools. Then if you go to C,
Yep,
little I, 3, little I, it would just, instead of saying adjacent to a K through 12 school, it would say adjacent to a daycare, primary, or secondary school.
okay.
Okay.
Can I
So,
ask another question?
sure, hold on, because I think Councilmember Guinness was up next before I
Okay.
went into discussion mode.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to allow her? Okay, let me, Councilmember Mar, can you request the floor? There we go.
Thank you. Okay, so my question was actually way back from when we were talking about the height of the light pole and ensuring that distance. I feel like aren't there unintended consequences from doing that? First of all, we're not regulating, as long as it's in the public right of way, we're not regulating where light poles can go based on how tall they are. And secondly, in some cases, we're moving light poles in order to facilitate a location. I know that we move them because we're putting in a new one that already has the support structure and the sort of structural engineering so that it can support a small cell facility, which means we're taking another one down. So how are we impacting that if we're then saying it needs to be farther away from a structure based on how tall it is? Sorry, that just struck me as weird. I need to understand.
from my read of the suggestion, it's essentially what it effectively does is take the 25-foot residential setback and make it a 35-foot residential setback.
In effect.
When it has, when we're talking about a Southern California Edison pole that is, the existing pole is 30 feet. When you add a small cell facility to the top of the pole, it'll be 35 feet. So we're essentially changing the residential setback to 35 feet.
Got it, okay. Which has the impact of then making more discretionary reviews and fewer ministerial, which is what we've been trying to.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, but we cannot have, I don't know what you're talking about. I can't hear you. Councilmember Guinness, will you request the floor? I can't have you bursting out from the audience, please. You have had your opportunity to speak to public comment. Councilmember Guinness, can you request the floor? Are you done? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand. Okay. Okay, Council. Councilmember Reynolds, did you have anything you wanted to say or no? Okay. Okay. All right. So does Mr. Porter and Ms. Lee, do you understand do you have a clear understanding of what the council is requesting?
Yes, I believe so. I had one piece of information I want to clarify from Mayor Pro Tem. You asked about the existing appeal fees. They are $690 for Tier 1, and Tier 1 applies to the owners and occupants of property within 500 feet. Tier 2 appeal fees are $3,825, and those apply to any owner or occupant outside of 500 feet of the project site, and also the applicant or owner of the project site itself.
Okay. But those are different than the I think what somebody had discussed. If we want to have a review of a zoning administrator decision or a planning commission decision, we can review it up for free. And then I thought it was $1,200, $4,000 for that. Is that right?
It's not. The $1,200 and $4,000 is related to appeal of planning commission decisions, which this would not be. So this is the fee structure for a director decision, which this would be.
I see.
Also, I should clarify that the council retains the authority to waive fees as we wish, but this ordinance does have a provision that specifically does not allow for council to call up a decision for review. There's a nuance there, but and that is because of the federal shot clocks.
I understand.
So you can waive a fee, but not necessarily call it up to council for review.
You can't call it up to council. You can't call it up to planning commission. I got that. Correct. I understand the structure. And then what the fee structure that you talked about is for those types of rulings that go from the director to the city manager, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, excellent.
And these are citywide appeal fees.
Yeah.
Okay.
My only other comment is Costa Mesa is almost twice as dense as Petaluma.
Great, and thank you for clarifying that. I had forgotten about that. You can't appeal it. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, I think that I'm ready to vote. I think it's been a lot of good work by city staff to be responsive and call for the question.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, thank you.
I want to remind you that will now be a new first reading, and it'll be coming back for second reading.
Okay, we get to do this all over again. Maybe there'll be some more changes. You never know. Okay, so now we will move to so I think we should do new business item number 1, and then we'll take a brief recess because I think this will be a relatively quick item. Then we'll go to the new business item number 2. So, new business item number 1.
Acceptance of Youth Reinvestment Grant Program grant funds from California Board of State and Community Corrections.
Okay, thank you. As you leave, if you could leave quietly, please.
Presentation by Lieutenant Everett.
Okay, Lieutenant Everett, welcome. You have to turn your mic on. I don't have control of his mic. Yeah, there's a button at the bottom. There you go.
Okay, there you go. In addition to myself, Heather Benjamin from Waymakers is here to answer any questions that anyone may have. In the 2017-18 session year, Assembly Bill 1812 was created and created the grant and identified the Board of State and Community and Corrections to oversee the grant. Within that grant, $29 million was made available to cities and counties. The grant funding for this grant is over a 3.8-year time period and goes through February 2023. And the grant requires a local evaluation report to document the results and overall impact. And there are additional 15 quarterly reports that we do throughout the grant cycle. The grant also requires a 25% match. This can be cash or in-kind match. We will be using the in-kind match, which will include professional services, rental space, benefits, and office supplies. In early 2019, we made a proposal for $1 million in grant funds to service the central Orange County area. We've agreed to partner with Waymakers. They were formerly known as the Community Service Program, CSP. They are a community-based nonprofit organization with 24 years of law enforcement cooperation working with different agencies. The cities that will be partnering with us and Waymakers will be Newport Beach, Westminster, Orange, Tustin, and La Habra. The diversion services required have to be community-based, trauma-informed, primary problem and secondary problems. That's basically finding the link between those. Evidence-based and culturally relevant. Diversion approaches may include educational services, mentoring services, behavioral health services, and mental health services. Our objectives are to reduce our juvenile recidivism rates, strengthen protective family factors, limit the impact of juvenile crimes in the community, repair the harm to victims and/or the community, ease administrative duties for the police department and the courts, and to promote a positive perception of law enforcement. Waymakers provides victim offender mediation programs. They also provide peer court, individual and family counseling, victim restitution, awareness workshops, behavioral groups, career and educational support as well. Our recommendation is that we adopt the resolution to accept the grant, approve a budget adjustment, and approve the operational agreement between the city and Waymakers.
Okay, Council, if there's any questions, could you please request a queue? Councilmember McGinnis?
I have a couple of questions about the program itself. It seems like it's a really good thing, but what is a legal awareness workshop?
So that is a group where the parents and the youth come together and they learn about what are the laws that apply to juveniles, specifically for their city as well. Things like curfew laws, what parents can do about searching kids' rooms. We want to make sure the parents are educated about what they can and can't do. We have a lot of immigrant families that don't have a good understanding of what their rights are as parents or what truancy laws are for schools and things like that. So that's what our legal awareness class does. We have speakers from the police department that often come in and will answer questions specific to the police department that we're serving. So we try and do that in the city that we're serving because there are some variances within cities. And so kids that are detained go through this juvenile diversion program. The police department is giving them an opportunity to make things right rather than just punish or overhandle, and educate the families and the youth about what could happen if they keep going down this path.
And then my other question, actually, you sort of were bridging into it, as to whether this would include any sort of parenting workshops.
Yes, parents are included. This is a family issue. We want to find out what the underlying reasons are behind the delinquent behavior. Sometimes it's just poor decision-making. When the youth get together, their, IQ points sometimes drop from peer pressure. It's just brain development, right? Well, they say our brain isn't developed until about 25 years old. And so we want to address that behavior rather than overhandle the youth and punish them for something that is part of their normal development.
Plus, I think for single parents in particular, sometimes they're just overwhelmed and they could use some guidance in things they can do.
It's also nice for them to have the support of other parents. It's kind of embarrassing to go through this when your child is called up for something that they did wrong, and there's a lot of shame and embarrassment in that, and to be with other parents that are going through the same thing and to see these are good kids who made just a poor choice. And the ones that there's deeper issues, those are also ones that we catch. We do assessments, we do individual, family, and group counseling, so we get to the meat of what that underlying issue is. Again, a lot of them, not every single kiddo that gets detained, gets into trouble, it needs counseling and there's family issues, but we're also going to catch the ones that is the issue.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, we will open this item up for public comment.
Thank you. My name's Alan Slater. I am a proud resident of Costa Mesa for 40 plus years. And I've been involved in the juvenile justice system in Orange County for 48 years. And I have the honor of being the co-chair of the Peer Court program, which is a partner with Waymakers in this grant. And we have been operating Peer Court that was originally founded by the Juvenile Court and the Probation Department back in 1992. And the Constitutional Rights Foundation of Orange County runs the Peer Court program, and ever since about 94. And we have really a long track record of kind of redoing the mindset of kids who are just starting to get into trouble. And we do this by having real judges go out into the schools and hearing these cases in front of student jurors. The Peer Court jurors ask questions of the minor and the parents. Then they have a series of juvenile court approved sanctions that they can give. And so we're very excited to be a part of this whole grant process. I want to thank Acting Chief Glass, Lieutenant Everett, and the staff here for the work. I know how complicated it is, having done federal grants for the Spirit Court for many years. It's a complicated process to get this far so that you can approve this grant. And we're very, very appreciative, and on behalf of the whole legal community, that Costa Mesa is taking the lead among the departments to do this. So Heather did an incredible job in putting this grant together. I think it was a competitive grant. So we competed with other jurisdictions all around the state to get this $1 million grant. So, and I think it will prove to be a real benefit to the kids in our jurisdiction who can be molded and shaped during this critical time. We had a peer court session today. It happened to be up in North, a 14-year-old kid involved in fighting at school. And it was amazing just to see how the kids questioned that and how the kids' mindset starts to change. And the judicial component of that, the juvenile, we have a huge number of judges from the Superior Court who participate in this program. So very excited and want to thank you all for your acceptance of this grant.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Slater. It's great to see after all the years that you served as the clerk of our Superior Court and that now you are volunteering your time so much. It's really great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else, we will close public comment. Council. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
So I move to approve the item.
Councilmember Guinness?
I second.
Okay. Or Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, you want to speak to the item?
Yeah, no, this is really great. It's great that we got this competitive grant for $1 million. Everything about this is terrific. Having Waymakers work with our police department and work with our neighboring agencies to try to divert youth that are just kind of getting into trouble and keeping them or putting them on the right path and educating our families and our parents and participating in peer court is terrific. Mr. Slater, yeah, he's one of the most distinguished residents we have in Costa Mesa. He was the CEO of the courts for many years, and so thank you for coming out. And CRF is terrific. My partner Todd was the president of the Constitutional Rights Foundation, and we support that as a firm and as a family. And so it's a great opportunity, very hard work by the police department and by Miss Benjamin. Thank you very much. And with this, we will save lives. I guarantee it. We will save lives. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Guinness?
I don't think I could say it any better than Councilmember Stevens said it, that I was actually going to say, well, you know, a few dollars invested in our youth at this point is going to save us many, many more dollars down the road. But even more importantly, as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, yes, we will save lives. And that's even more important. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you for being proactive, to have a proactive approach to helping our youth and try to prevent them from the recidivism is really, really important, I think, these days. So thank you very much, and we're looking forward to hearing like a report back at some point. Okay, call for the question. Councilmember Markin, there we go.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, we're going to take a brief recess, and then we'll be on to our last item. How'd they go? Ms. Green,
Thank
you read the item?
General Plan Screening Request, GPS 1901, for a 9-unit, 4-story live-work common interest development on a .45 acre site at 2648 Newport Boulevard. Presentation by Ms. Walsh, Assistant Planner.
Ms. Walsh?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow council members. Caitlin Walsh, Assistant Planner. The item before you this evening is a general plan screening for 2648 Newport Boulevard. The project request is a proposal to redevelop a site located in the commercial residential general plan land use designation through a general plan amendment. This general plan screening is the first step in the process to allow a 9-unit live-work development with a site-specific density of 20 units per acre in the commercial residential land use designation. The live-work condominium proposal would involve the following applications if the project was submitted for processing: general plan amendment, specific plan amendment, zone change, master plan, variances, and parcel map applications. City Council Policy 500-2 establishes a procedure for processing privately initiated general plan amendments. This procedure involves a City Council screening of these requests prior to their acceptance for formal processing. The general plan screening is not a public hearing, but requires a majority vote by the City Council in order for the application to proceed. Jumping into background, the project site contains a .45 acre parcel located east of Newport Boulevard between Delmar Avenue and Mesa Drive. The property is developed with a vacant 4,459 square foot commercial building formerly occupied by a piano repair shop. The project site is situated directly between the Star Inn Motel to the north and Best Western Hotel to the south, which is also owned by the same property owner. The site is zoned local business district and has a general plan land use designation of commercial residential. The current zoning designation allows for a variety of commercial and office uses and does not allow for residential. The project site is bordered to the north and south by commercial uses, to the west by Newport Boulevard, and to the east by a multifamily development in the R2MD zone. The subject property is located in the Newport Boulevard specific plan area, which includes properties fronting the east side of Newport Boulevard between East 19th Street and Mesa Drive. Citywide, this area encompasses approximately 47.9 acres, with the proposed site accounting for less than 1% of the total plan area. The specific plan was adopted by City Council in July 1996 and included the following land use changes and policies. It established a new land use designation of commercial residential, which allows parcels to be developed with commercial or residential uses or a combination thereof. It restricted certain uses in the plan area, such as hotels and motels. It adopted development standards which encourage lot consolidation prior to rezoning and established a base density of 12 to 17 units per acre. Lastly, it identified areas suited for future residential development, not to preclude private interests from initiating their own rezone request. The goal of the specific plan was to encourage lot consolidation for residential development. The allowable density established in the specific plan is set at 12 units per acre and can be incrementally increased to 17.4 units depending on the lot size and/or the merits of a project. The applicant proposes to exceed the allowable density by proposing a 9-unit live-work condominium project. If the project was accepted for processing, a specific plan amendment would be required to allow a site-specific density of 20 units per acre. It should be noted that the project site was originally included in the residential incentive overlay that allowed up to 40 units per acre for residential development. This overlay applied to several areas on Harbor and Newport Boulevards up until 2018, when several properties, including the subject property, were removed from the overlay. Here's the proposed site plan. The proposed project would involve demolition of the existing commercial structure and construction of 9 new attached live-work condominium units provided in 2 multifamily buildings. Access to the proposed development would be from Newport Boulevard via a single shared drive aisle with a proposed electronic vehicle gate. The development complies with all required setbacks, including providing a 22-foot front setback with 10 feet of landscaping visible from Newport Boulevard and 12 additional feet provided behind the proposed sound wall. The proposed development would be located approximately 21 feet from the Best Western Hotel and approximately 40 feet from the Star Inn Motel. As proposed, the project would require variances for lot area, open space, and parkway landscaping, which we'll cover later in this presentation. As mentioned, the site has a general plan land use designation of commercial residential, which allows development with densities of 12 to 17.4 units per acre. This density would allow a maximum of 7 units at the subject property. Since the applicant is proposing 9 units, the project would require a general plan amendment and a specific plan amendment as mentioned for a site-specific density of 20 units per acre. The applicant proposes a mix of residential and commercial uses at the project site through rezoning the property to planned development residential high density. A mix of both commercial and residential uses on one parcel can only be allowed as a planned development project. Therefore, the project would also require approval of a master plan, which is the mechanism to approve a planned development project. As it relates to parking, the project requires a total of 32 parking spaces. As proposed, the project would provide 34 parking spaces, including 27 covered spaces, with 1 vehicle parking lift provided in each garage and 7 guest spaces. The zoning code does not specify whether parking lifts can be utilized to satisfy parking requirements in the planned development zones. Therefore, City Council feedback is requested regarding whether vehicle parking lifts should be counted as a means of satisfying the parking requirement. The anticipated trip generation for the project is approximately 127 average daily trips. The project would overall result in a net decrease of 41 average daily trips when applying credit for the existing commercial use at the site. As such, no significant traffic impacts are associated with this project, and a traffic impact study is not required. This slide shows the applicant's proposed building elevations. The image to the top left is the front elevation as viewed from Newport Boulevard. The top right is the elevation facing the Best Western Hotel, where residents and their guests will enter the units. The bottom left is the elevation facing the common drive aisle, where residents will enter their parking garages. And the bottom right is the proposed rear elevation. The proposed development is 4 stories total, including 3 levels and a roof terrace level. But from a building bulk perspective, the project resembles traditional 3-story homes with a roof deck. The proposed architectural style reflects a Spanish Revival design featuring low-pitched red tile roofs, stucco, and wrought iron balconies. The preliminary plans present a desirable Newport Boulevard frontage that incorporates a variety of offsets, articulations, and construction materials. Details of the architectural style, materials, and building facades, along with a shade and shadow analysis, would be reviewed with the application if the project is accepted for processing. The screening process also highlights requested variances so City Council can provide feedback. The planned development zone allows building spacing, setback, private yard, and building height to be established by the master plan. However, a variance is required when a project does not comply with other development standards in the PDR HD zone. Specifically, the proposed project would require a variance for lot size, open space, and parkway landscaping. A variance is required for lot size since the project is less than 1 acre. Lot consolidation to meet the 1 acre requirement is not feasible since the site is bounded by a motel and hotel that are either not interested in selling or are viable commercial businesses. A variance is also required for open space because the project provides less than 42% of the required open space in the planned development zones. Opportunities for ground level space are limited due to the narrow lot width, and above ground open space may not be counted towards satisfying the open space requirement unless approved through a variance. Overall, the project provides 20.4% ground level open space and 39.4% open space if roof decks and balconies are included through the variance process. Lastly, the code requirement for parkway landscaping is a combined width of 10 feet along the common driveway. Since the project only provides 1 foot 8 inches of parkway landscaping, a variance would be required. Parkway landscaping is limited for this project due to the narrow lot width again, and the requirement for adequate vehicle backup area, building setbacks, and parking. The applicant does propose to enhance the parkway through vines with planter pockets along the decorative block wall. The screening is a prerequisite in advance of submitting a general plan amendment and accompanying entitlements for development of the .45 acre site. The screening allows the City Council to provide feedback on the proposed project and to direct staff whether or not to process a general plan amendment request for the development of the site. If accepted for processing, public hearings will be held before the Planning Commission and City Council at future dates to determine whether to approve or deny the proposed general plan amendment. And with that, the City Council is asked to take one of the following actions on the general plan amendment screening request, either to accept the general plan amendment request for processing, which allows the applicant to move forward with a request to amend the general plan to allow a higher density for this site than allowed by the current general plan land use designation, or deny the general plan amendment request from further processing. If denied, the property owner could redevelop the site at the intensities allowed by the general plan and the current commercial zone, which can include a variety of retail, office, and service uses. That does conclude my presentation. This evening, I'll be available for questions, and the applicant is also prepared a presentation this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Excellent presentation. Ms. Guinness, Councilmember Guinness?
First off, do you want questions on the actual plan now and comments? Well, I guess not comments, but because this is a general plan screening, but we are looking at an actual plan. So I guess I'll ask both. The vehicle lift, to me, seemed like a tandem parking situation. And so how would we regulate tandem parking for, say, if they just had traditional tandem parking? How would that be regulated here?
So to clarify, tandem parking is generally defined as one car being parked in front of the other. So it is the same general idea, resulting in the need for one car to move to access the other. Vehicle lifts are similar to this, but since there is no parking in the driveway leading to the garage, only one car would need to move to get out, which is similar to that of our traditional configuration, which is a car parked in a driveway leading to a garage. So for instance, we wouldn't allow 3 cars parked in tandem fashion, but 2 is acceptable.
Okay, because I know it's not allowed for, I shouldn't say I know. I believe it's not allowed for guest parking, but this isn't guest parking, so it wouldn't be a problem.
Correct.
And then I'm sure the applicant will have something to add here, but I noted in the staff report that the applicant owns one of the adjacent properties, and I wondered if there was any interest at all in combining, because it seems like some of the rationale for some of the flexibility they're asking for is because the lot is so small. And so I would like to, if at all possible, I really think it would make much more sense to combine this with one of the adjacent sites. But then that's a comment, not a question, I guess. But I would hope that the applicant would address that when they get up. And the other question is, I guess it's more of a comment about, I guess since the comment, I'll hold it.
Okay. Councilmember Chavez?
Yes, I just have one quick question. Do we know the rationale of why this lot was removed from the overlay plan?
I know why. Because we didn't want it to be in the overlay, because we wanted it to be commercial.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Chavez, back in 2018, the City Council requested staff relook at the overlays and, where possible, consider removing some of the properties and lowering the residential densities for certain properties that are in those overlays. And that's what happened in this case.
Okay, I just kind of feel like I can see where the council would come from that conclusion, given the immense popularity of them in my district. But I will also want to point out a positive here. This is not a overlay where someone lives. This is an overlay where it's commercial. So I feel like we should be, as a city, incentivizing overlays where it's not going to affect people who live there. Quick tangent there, but that's all.
I have a couple questions. Did anyone else have any questions? Okay, I had a couple questions. So can you explain why, because I know I've met with the applicants over a variety of meetings to discuss expansion of the hotel or the Best Western. And can you explain what are some of the limitations with regard to that?
So the Newport specific plan was adopted specifically to encourage lot consolidation and also to allow for residential development in what would be a commercially zoned area of the city. It has development standards for commercial development, just as any zoning district would. That includes setbacks as well as floor area ratio, as well as building height requirements. But when you put those things together, in this particular case, it's a limitation for development. The applicant can speak to a little bit more of sort of the studies that they've done on the site and how they ran into either floor area ratio or building height. And even when you modify the setbacks and using a variance or something like that process, the floor area ratio tended to be the thing that was most limiting.
Actually, Ms. Lee, what I was referring to was the fact that the Newport Boulevard specific plan specifically prohibits motels and hotels from being built, and so that, forget about the FAR.
Right. So those are the development standards limitations to sort of expansions of existing motels and hotels. But in terms of uses and permitted uses, you are correct that the specific plan specifically prohibits new motels and hotels. It does allow for expansion of existing through a process, and that's when the development standards come into play.
So okay. Well, I think we can open it up to a presentation from the applicant. Or the applicant's representative.
Thank you. My name is Bryce Sigourney, representing the architects on the projects and the owners who are here as well. Thank you again for letting us talk tonight to all of you. Going back a little bit before we get into this, the history of the project, on our end, we met with our clients, the owners, early on, who had shown us an example of something they had done to look at hotel expansion. That was their original idea, as you had mentioned yourself. That was something that we had penciled out. They are in the hotel business. They own the current hotel adjacent. They want to continue that as well. Viable business, as you had mentioned. And that had led us kind of into what we had done from here. So going back on that was a long study that we had done, going back into FAR issues, height limitation issues that had been a specific end result. It was something that was non-viable, and we moved into other ideas. Currently, this is a completely empty and vacant lot. Yes, there is a piano repair shop that we would be tearing down in the rear of the site, but right now it is a completely vacant site. We recently had to actually erect a fence around the site because it was so vacant. So in our terms, we're looking to move forward with a concept that can let us move forward with this. And it was going to come to this at a meeting no matter what we did. And that's where we ended up today. Coming into this, looking at the site and where it is and what it is led us to kind of what it is today. We weren't led into maximizing the site and creating the largest, biggest thing we possibly could. It was more a natural response to what we looked at. When we looked at the PDR zoning requirements on the civic plan, they actually themselves pointed towards a higher density of 20 units per acre, which is what we used to set our kind of benchmark from there in terms of setbacks and what we could do. We found out later that the limit was actually 17.4 density per unit. It sounds like a whole bunch of math, but that decision is what's leading us here. And as you mentioned yourself, moving that down to 7 units would bump us underneath that 17.4, at which point it would also make the project unviable for the client, at which point the project would end up still remaining as a vacant lot with a piano repair shop, or potentially a koi shop with a breeding ground as they've been pitched recently by a new business or something along those lines. So They are hotel owners in number one, but looking at this empty lot, trying to make the best of it and move forward to something that you can actually see from actually the front door. It's right across the freeway. So going into the overall design, this is a live work. What we saw in looking at the site and the area was that we were really interested in taking a look at what could make this project viable for someone who would purchase it, who would want to live on Newport Boulevard. And that buyer profile ended up being someone that we identified as being younger, wanting to be in an area that was more transport oriented. And on top of that, someone that would be able to supplement their rent or their mortgage with a business. Business space is expensive, especially for a new business or for an ongoing business. So having that live work was very important to us. Not just in terms of the optics, but also for what we perceived as being important to who would actually purchase this. We were really interested in making this important for that kind of buyer. That led us to one of the variances that we were requesting, which is the open space. As you mentioned, the open space requirement is 42%. On a lot like this, in an area like this, that seems like a lot of land for everything that doesn't include parking and driveways. And what we have done is take that requirement. The ground space area, Newport Boulevard, might not be the most accommodating space. There is traffic nearby, but what we saw as a really cool opportunity was the fair. Right across the street from us is the fairgrounds. So we saw the rooftop deck as being a very usable space, creating a nice usable space up on the rooftop deck that would allow for the idea of the open space, getting out in the open, being able to appreciate the climate and the warm environment of California. And on top of that, when the fair is in town, you have the best view in town. You're looking out across the freeway at everything nice and great. So we saw that as being a real positive, and yes, we aren't meeting the exact number of that. We thought that the intent was at least met. You can go to the next slide. As you can see here, the site is 0.45 acres, right next to the Best Western. And in between that and the Star, it is a smaller site, and even though one of the city's goals is to consolidate, the owners actually did reach out to the Star multiple times to try to consolidate, and they were non-responsive. So we had to move on with what we had best. What we did do, however, if you go to the next slide, is we've oriented our site to say that there is a single loaded corridor coming on the side of the Star Inn. If at some point in the future that owner is engaged, that would allow us to very easily incorporate that into our lot and into our ownership plan. So we are trying to plan as best as possible for that. You'll also see that in between us and the Best Western, there is, I believe, 21 feet between us and Best Western. That is greatly exceeding the setbacks if you would put a property line between those two, which is giving us a little bit of leeway there to make things better. Our owners are unique in that they actually own both those properties. They have no interest in having viewership into their hotel as the hotel is into the units. So we are more than welcome to ideas to limiting that or greater planting or something along those lines to make that a little bit easier to move on from there. You go to the next slide. Zooming in, the massing is trying to be broken out as much as possible. We've broken this down into a 5-plex and a 4-plex with parking in between, trying to get a lot of light in this area, trying to get a lot of that setback from the rear, pulling that back from the R2 in the rear. There's also a pool at the back of the Best Western, trying to avoid that in our shade and shadow, trying not to really overbear this site in terms of our massing. We chose a 3-story massing to complement the 3-story massing of the Best Western, along with our materials and everything else, to try to get that to match in. I know there's been a real push for a more modern look, and we're not opposed to any look at all. We are very open to ideas in terms of the optics, but we chose something that would fit in, not try to be overpowering, but also serve a purpose. And you go next slide. Here you'll see our parking calculator. As you mentioned, we are overparked by 2 units using those car lifts. While that might not be specifically allowed in the current code, we did see that there were some other references to that. I know that over on 19th Street, for example, there is specific mention to car lifts being allowed. It's definitely a newer concept. We don't necessarily agree that that would be the best use of any kind of funds or money, but if that was the requirement to get the full parking amount, we are more than welcome to looking at that. Originally, we actually had some parking credits given to us on the covered parking that were then later removed. I think it was 2.5 parking units. We found out later that was because our parking was in a garage and not a covered park, which is a little bit different, but that provided us an opportunity to remove some of those car lifts and still meet parking. Our buyer profile is that younger buyer. We see our units as being someone that's younger, not a lot of cars being involved, someone that uses public transport, someone that doesn't need a car. I myself have friends that live in the area that do exactly that bike to work, bike to my work. We're over off of Paularino. It's pretty close to here, as are a lot of other places too. So we really see that as being an opportunity to look at. The important thing to us is having some guest parking because these are going to be live-work units with very small offices. We saw that being as an important thing as well. So we're trying to make sure that we have the balance of providing usable parking and also making sure that the requirements match what we're trying to do. Next slide, please. You'll see here on the left a quick example of our lower ground floor units. In each one of these, you'll notice there's an office space along with a garage. This is really the end goal of the space, looking at setbacks, looking at the requirement for our driveway spaces. How can we come up with the amount of parking that we need? How do we balance that with our open space? The car lift themselves is actually a pretty standard thing. It's a purchased item that you can then bolt onto the garage floor. We gave each unit the height that you would need to make this usable. And what happens is you drive in, the car lift comes up, and you are ready to park basically anything from an SUV underneath it. And it's completely usable. I know there are some concerns about, does it make this a tandem spot? Yes, obviously there are some concerns about having to pull one out and have someone pull in. But if you're looking at a maximum use spacage of, hey, I have someone that's coming that needs to come here if it's a guest, having that be able to be used all of a sudden to have that guest come in and out, it's something that we would see as being a very big bonus to someone that's living there. We also know that there's some conditions of approval that could be created that could involve inspections, make sure that that is being used and installed and working correctly. Again, our deviations, the main one that we're here for tonight is the general plan amendment that would be allowing us 20 units per acre. We went over the history of that. It was originally 40 units per acre up until 2018. We're not asking for 40. That would be a very dense site. We understand that. The 20 units per acre did not come from just a mathematical 9 units makes 20. That was a backing up from a PDR HD, which we do know is allowed in that area. And that's what makes this site viable for us as well. Again, the open space requirement is 42%. We had 20.4% at the ground level, which is we're providing through a turf area in the front, which could be used as a dog run or some open space for the units. But we really see that those balconies and those rooftop decks as being the main multiplier. The ground floor living is going to be a lot of movement with the Newport Boulevard nearby, whereas the upper floors would be a lot calmer, a lot closer to the living areas of the actual unit itself, and something that we see as being a very big benefit to the site. And here you have some images of what that rooftop deck would look like. Again, it's a very large rooftop deck. You have in these images planting. You can have a barbecue up there. There's space for the AC connections that we would need, but you can see that there is a large amount of space up there. You can have friends over. You can have a party. You can use this on your day-to-day. It's fully lit. It's fully sunshined, and we have everything that you could want up there away from the hustle and bustle of Newport Boulevard. Again, you have a view of our overall massing. Behind on the lower image, you can see that we're looking at the Best Western Beyond. You can see that we're not trying to dwarf that in any kind of sense, and that by becoming up against that, we're not going to be taking over any kind of visual acuity, taking basically what is a vacant lot, turning it into something that can complement what's already there. And again with this image. And we have a brief video we'd like to show you. And again, just follow up, really hammering on kind of what we're trying to do here. We see this not as being the perfect home for everybody. This is obviously going to be a very defined market, but in that market space, we really see that buyer being a very unique first-time home buyer, bringing a lot of opportunity to that person who wants to be able to live at home, own something that is close to where they want to be, where they might work, have another office, or need to have some sort of client base. So we think this is a real opportunity for the site. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for the creative presentation. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens, or closed public, well, let me say this, I'm sorry, it's late. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this item?
Hello. It sounds interesting, but maybe not quite right. The concerns that it raised in my mind are coming in off Newport Boulevard. That's a pretty short driveway. That's a street that stacks up at certain times of day, and it's pretty hard to get in and out or across it at any intersection at any point. So not too sure if that's going to work and contribute to a smooth flow of traffic. One of the other things that came to mind is it's probably a gorgeous view from the roof, but a lot of roof decks are having real issues with grime, and this one being right next to Newport Boulevard and the freeway, Newport Freeway. There'll be nothing but exhaust, road dust, grime. Some of it will make the roof decks all but very unappetizing to be part of the living area. And the tandem parking, we've had that discussion down here before, and the council's never been real in favor of the lifts. It's another thing that's pretty awkward if you're trying to raise a car, remove a car, your neighbors are backing up behind you. I don't know that it's going to contribute to the harmony of the whole little neighborhood. So I think it's a great idea without the tandem parking and in another place. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Seeing no one, close public comment. And at this time, council, because it's a general plan screening, we're just going to go through the council and whoever wants to give comment to staff and the applicant. Mayor Pro Tem Stevens.
So I have a few more questions for the applicant, just a couple of questions. Thank you, by the way. Nice job, good presentation. It's a very interesting project, and I expect I'm going to vote to move it forward. But just a couple of questions. So you made a really good point, I think, about the view of the fair and how it's going to be a real fun view with all that stuff. But then when I looked at the 3D drawing, it looked like the orientation of the roof would block the view of the fair because the roof decks would be oriented to have a view of the star, not the fair.
Yeah, correct. We are facing towards the star, which is definitely adjacent. The fair would be off, so looking straight at the star. I'm not sure if we can pull up the site plan again. You'd be looking straight at the star, but the fair would be kind of an adjacent diagonal left. And at that point, there are no roof forms above you to block your view. It would only be a 42-inch high parapet wall or similar. Nothing higher than 42 inches.
So you'd see just that one kind of, you'd look diagonally and you'd see a portion of the fair, but you wouldn't be able to look directly at them.
Correct, yeah. It wouldn't be facing directly towards it. You're looking up, you're looking basically up the street towards, if you look directly out the front or at the top, you'd be looking at the golf course, essentially, since you'd be one of the taller items out there. And that view would basically expand almost 360 degrees from essentially what could be the ocean all the way across. So you'd be looking towards your left, but there'd be nothing between you and the fair to block your view.
Okay. And then I was trying to just kind of calculate or count the number of parking spaces, and I couldn't figure out, is the lift going to be, it's going to be one lift per garage?
Correct.
So you would be able to park 3 cars in each garage?
Correct.
Right? Okay, that sounds
So,
good.
so it'd be 3 per garage, so that'd be 27 total for each unit. So 9 units, 3 each, 27, plus the 7 on grade.
Okay, good
30
stuff.
34.
And then one of the members of the public wrote us a note and said, because, you probably know about the RENA numbers and how we're under pressure to have affordable units. And so since we're increasing the density here a bit, would the applicant be open to having one of these 9 units be affordable?
We were looking at really anything that it would take to get this project passed, of course.
All right. Anything?
No, we think there's a lot of opportunity for that. We think that, these are expensive to build and to have, obviously.
Sure.
But we see that buyer profile being very in line with that idea. So that's something that we would love to look at and pursue further and provide another unit that would do just that.
What's the price point approximately for the units?
Under $1 million.
Okay.
It's really hard to point out. I mean, labor costs being what they are, insurance costs what they are, we're not there yet. This has taken us over 6 months to get to this point, and labor costs have only gone up since then. I know when we first started, we were thinking about something that was north of $700,000.
Got to be a lot of working and living.
A lot of work and a living, but
Yeah.
every dollar that you're not spending on rent and at a live work or a work sharing environment along those lines would give you every extra dollar that you can put back into your mortgage, which is something that we saw as being a really big value add.
And when we talk about live work in this context, we're basically saying there's a office in the residence, so people who are working from home or whatever, or service providers or something like that would be able to do that.
That's correct. There'd be a private office on the first level, and you'll see it here on your screen. Basically, everything behind the garage would be that office space. That's all ground level office space. These are intended for your startups, for your ongoing internet businesses where you don't need to be in an office every day, but they could function at the same time to have an occasional guest come by because they would be separate from the residence. It's a separate entrance. It has its own entrance, and it could be usable, completely usable as a fully usable office, essentially. And it's not some room in your house. It's on the second level. It's on the ground floor. It can be dressed up as such, and it has direct access.
Just anybody who works remotely for any reason.
Remotely or for their own business, correct.
All right, thank you for answering all my questions.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes, thank you for staying with us so late. I have more comments than questions, but if
You
anything
don't have
comes
to
up,
have questions. You can be calm. We're giving feedback to them on the general plan.
I understand. I'm just
Yeah, okay.
saying the.
Okay.
So first of all, I do want to commend you for the presentation. This is, I think, a really good use of the space. And I really do want to challenge our staff to, when we're looking at overlays, it's my understanding that we should be looking at those if they're overlaying on existing residential properties, maybe a home or an apartment complex. Like, I think the intent with changing overlays is not for this property where it's an empty lot, essentially. We should be trying to maximize these for housing to hit arena numbers. So that's my first kind of point. Going on with the project, I think this is great. You kept mentioning a lot that people on the demographics are more inclined for these housings. Well, I'm 24, so I agree with you entirely. And it's not because we love the housing design; it's just because we need somewhere to live. A lot of the housing we have now in California is becoming more of this style because that's the best way to maximize the land use. So in that regard, I think it's a great idea. I think it's great that we're building more housing. It's great that we're trying to address our arena numbers by having that 1 or maybe 2 affordable units in the project. I am totally fine with the car lifts. I have toured a couple of towing companies in the past month and a half for the city of Costa Mesa. They almost all have the lifts they use to store the cars that they tow. It does work. It's very similar to a parking garage if you're using it for a garage and not for storage, as most people are nowadays. So I think that's fine. I really would almost even encourage having 2, if possible, per unit, just to help ease people who may say, oh, you need more parking. Just kind of my personal thoughts. I drive down that street every day to go to work. I work off Camelback, near Jamboree. Sorry, Jamboree. I don't know. It's late right now. Sorry. In Camelback in Newport Beach. I know once you pass the freeway entrance, it gets a lot emptier. There really isn't any traffic when I'm going through there. Maybe in the mornings during rush hour, maybe at night going to maybe a late drink at Memphis or SoCo or anything of that nature. I think it'd be fine. My only kind of concern, and it's not when you can address, is just there's no good place for Uber or Lyft drop off or pickups because it's a pretty busy street. That being said, I do appreciate the willingness to go and meeting the parking requirements. What else can I mention? And this is more to staff than to you guys, but I understand it's really common to have some of these projects have a quote unquote live work dynamic. I really want to see us going towards live work being more like an actual business that people could walk to. It might be different wording of that, but mixed use. Thank you. So I guess I want to see more mixed use. I'm here. I understand why it's live work. You really are confined by the fact there's no one really walking the street. But to staff moving forward, if we have the opportunity to have mixed use opposed to live work, I want to take the opportunity every chance we can, because I always remember Councilmember Reynolds' goal is to have a bikeable, walkable Costa Mesa. To do that, you need to have incentivations to actually walk and bike places. And I think having mixed use, if we could have that in general in Costa Mesa, would be really good. Because again, we want to maximize our land use. We want to maximize the fact that we have a first-story business with housing on top. Other than that, I think it's a great project. The only thing I really will ask is if you can, have 2 lifts per garage just to accommodate people's parking concerns. And if wherever feasible for you guys, ideally for me, I would see 2 affordable units, just so we hit our numbers for RENA. But again, I understand that it's a business for you guys as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Guinness.
There are things to like about this project. It is a cramped site, and it's a shame that you were not able to acquire any adjacent property. But some of the things that I like are that the guest parking spaces are open to anybody. We've seen way too many projects where all the guest parking is in front of somebody's garage, so it's not really open to the public in general, general visitors. So that's a good thing. I like the setback at the rear because you have R2 across your rear fence. And so that really provides a little space, a little transition, and I think that's a really good thing. I'm a little concerned about the open space, that we weren't able to get a little more open space. I would like to see just a little more so that that's not an issue under our code. And part of the reasons for open space is visual relief, but also looking at this, it's almost, there's very little non-impervious, very little pervious surfaces here. And I know that for a commercial site, you could have a lot of asphalt also, but we really need to be looking at city-wide reducing our impervious surfaces, because it puts a strain on our flood control facilities, and it's a water quality issue as well. I am a little concerned about stacking at the gate, although that section of Newport is pretty quiet, but I will defer to our staff on that. I would hope that before it moves forward that Raja's guys, Jennifer, she's not a guy, that the folks in our traffic people and our planning people will ensure that that's adequate. And then I also do have some concern, actually, not just on this, but overall, as we look to find more housing, we are putting more housing along freeways, along arterials, and that's directly in opposition to AQMD policy to not have housing in those areas. And since we have 3 freeways in our city, it's kind of hard to find any place. But we need to address how we're going to make these areas more livable, that they aren't going to be breathing fumes all the time. I think the frontage road provides some distance from the freeway, but it is still pretty close there. And that's something that applies to this project, but as we overall start looking for where are we getting more housing, we really do need to include that into our thought process. Thank you. But generally speaking, I like the concept.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds?
You're done. Okay. I thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the presentation here. I do like this project. I think it's really nicely designed. I am a believer that there's a market for this type of home in this location. I wish everything was a little bit more affordable, of course, but certainly support the desire to get some more affordability in there. Let's see. Councilmember Chavez mentioned something that I was thinking of, and that is the Uber Lyft kind of drop off. I think that how that would work is be something that I'd want to see a solution to. Don't have an idea for you, but that's your job. This, we had a project very similar to this right in the middle of the District 4 neighborhood. The reason and I had a lot of reservations about that one because of its impacts to neighbors. In this case, I think the impacts to neighbors are very limited, so I'm not too concerned about those things. On the lifts, I'm not really a big believer in the lifts. I'd actually probably be more inclined to say, if there's not a lot of other places to park, right? If you don't have room in your garage, where are you going to go? And people are going to know that when they buy their home. So I'd actually be more inclined to, make lifts maybe like an optional thing if somebody had a designer car that they, weren't going to use a lot. And I'd be willing to accept a lower parking there just because people have to know that going in. And I do think there's a market for, families with 2 or fewer cars. I know you acknowledge that there is, the satisfies one of our goals to increase home ownership. So I'd want to make sure that we, these aren't units that would be used for Airbnbs. If there's ways to protect against that. Absolutely agree with Councilmember Guinness's comments on the pervious or permeable surfaces for the reasons she described, and I think that could also help with some of the heat effect in the summer. I don't know how you would work this in, but on the open space piece, if there was a way to have a little bit more communal space, small communal spaces where residents would have opportunities to get to know each other. I think a lot of the open space now is still private. There's a few, I'm thinking of Sea House, I don't know what street it's on, over on the west side, has some nice little kind of nooks and crannies where residents can just, run into each other and see each other, and I think that's valuable even for a neighborhood of 9 units. If there was a way to fit that in, that would be nice. Also agree with Councilmember Chavez's comments on the mixed use. I guess this is for you guys. I'd love to see that on this corridor. I think in general, Newport Boulevard is just kind of, a throughway now. There's not a lot of reasons to stop. There are a few really good reasons to stop, good restaurants along that way, and a donut shop. But I can see that corridor being becoming more active with improved hotels and motels and more mixed use, putting more residential there. Really good kind of walkability opportunities to parks, to the fair, to city council meetings. To Philomena's, for example, down to even Triangle Square in the downtown area. So I think that covers my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't think it's a surprise to you. You know what I'm going to say. I don't think that this is the right space for residential. I think you're trying to cram something into a space that's not really intended for residential, which is why we took the overlays off this site. And that's why I think I was the one that initiated that, because a couple reasons. One, we need to decide what we want to do for Newport Boulevard. And, it would be my preference to figure out a way to do a new specific plan. And I've been asking for this for over a year, and that was initiated because of the meetings that I had with you all. And we're just kind of trying to fit a a circle into a square, it looks like, and cramming everything in, putting rooftop decks where everyone's going to be looking at the Star Inn, or what could be another 3-story building right there next to it in the future, and then you're like walling in this development. I don't think it's ideal. I think above that, putting the rooftop, nobody's going to go up there. It's the freeway. You have a freeway there. It's very, very, very loud. People aren't going to be hanging out on the rooftop because the freeway is extremely loud. I've lived near freeways. They're loud, and you don't hang out outside. So I just think that's not realistic for future homeowners to live there like that. It wouldn't be very comfortable, and it's not a very good quality of life. It's not we shouldn't be building housing right there. It should be a commercial corridor. So I appreciate the obstacles because it's not your fault. It's all these crazy codes that are interacting that are preventing us from doing something really good there, which is to expand the Best Western Hotel, and then maybe have the possibility that the Star Inn, which is next door, could be eliminated and something replace that there so that we could create this tourist corridor. Unfortunately, we've got a specific plan that in the 90s, it was decided would not allow for any expansion of any hotels or motels. I assume because at that time there was a problem with prostitution and all this other stuff, so they didn't want any more hotels. Well, we've seen the Boulevard improve. We've seen the Holiday Inn Express improve. We've seen the Best Western improve. We've seen all these venues improve, and there's certainly the possibility that we could, if we could get rid of this specific plan. Then we have on top of that, which nobody's mentioned here, we have Measure Y. And so the reason why they also can't do anything is because if we change the specific plan, we have to go to a vote of the people. If we change the zoning to allow for a hotel to be expanded to an executive suites, which is kind of what you were talking about, then that has to go to a vote of the people, and then nobody wants to do that. And so here we are cramming, I think the project itself would be cool if it was somewhere else, but cramming it into this rectangular space that's going to become very, very problematic in the future, in my opinion. And it's not going to be cheap. It's not going to be affordable. And there's not enough units to make it affordable. And there's not enough room to provide all those amazing, I think, suggestions that Councilmember Reynolds had. So there's just not enough room on the site. So that's my input. We're not voting tonight, and it sounds like you have votes, but I don't. Well, right, but we're not voting for the project. So. Councilmember Chavez, did you want to, or Councilmember Mar hasn't spoken yet. Councilmember Mar?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I was staying quiet because I felt a little bit torn. I agree with kind of everything that's been set up here. I mean, I think you're doing the best you possibly can with the space that you've got. But I tend to agree with the mayor that it does feel like we're cramming it in here. I too have wanted to redo the specific plan for Newport Boulevard, and I'd love to see that happen sooner rather than later. Hopefully, maybe as part of the housing element process. I'm not totally opposed to putting any housing on Newport Boulevard. We can talk about it.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, and then I think this is an example. If you were able to expand your hotel, you'd in effect be bringing in more TOT to the city, transient occupancy tax, so more revenue into the city, and yet another reason why Measure Y, to some extent, has an economic impact on our city that I don't think is completely valued by residents. I also think about the number of folks who live, I mean, we heard them tonight, who live sort of sandwiched between Vons and Sprouts and have a lot of issues with that because they're immediately adjacent to commercial that is loud and I think I get tagged every single day now by Steve Chan, who lives behind Smart and Final. You know, there's going to be people who move in here, and they're going to be just like my husband and I. We bought a townhouse. We wanted to put a foothold in Costa Mesa. It was we didn't mind the stairs. We didn't mind only having a couple of parking spaces. That worked for us, and I think there's definitely a market that will absolutely buy these units. But I just worry about the long-term consequences. And you know, 3 years later, they're here. Maybe 6 months later, they're here talking to us about not being happy with the star, or not being happy with, you know, the things that they look out their window and see. So I feel like in the long run, we're setting ourselves up for failure, and we're setting you up for failure if we're not creating an environment that is conducive to happy residents.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. Just push your button. There you go. Sorry.
I was rambling.
My
You're good.
apologies.
I'm done.
Okay. Okay, so council, is there a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Stevens?
I guess I move that we allow the application to move forward.
I second the motion.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, because I really haven't gone on record about it. I think, yeah, it's a very limited space. It's a very difficult space and you guys have looked at a lot of different alternatives. I know I've met with you at least, I think, 3 times, including I've gone there, maybe even a couple of times. And so, you know, you own the property, and I think we should give you an opportunity to do something economically viable with it. I think the mayor makes a lot of good points about it being a, you know, a challenging place for people to live. However, that's the choice that they make, and they go into it with their eyes wide open. Councilmember Marr made some good points about that as well. I happen to be walking a bit on the east side, just happen to be walking on the east side. And there are a lot of very interesting, right around the corner from this, a lot of very interesting ways that people are living in these R2 zones and little neighborhoods that have been created all throughout that area. And then the other interesting thing is I think as we pass by, we don't notice it. There's a sneaky lot of residential on Newport Boulevard, right there, a lot of residential. So this is by no means unprecedented. There's hundreds of people that are living on this stretch of Newport Boulevard in residential units. So, you know, do your best, see if you can get us some affordable, and Godspeed to you.
I think Mike's already on, so I'll just go out there, Mayor Pro Tem. I come from this different point of view from the mayor and Councilmember Marr, and I think that reflects just that reflects the place I'm in my life, per se. I have not bought my first home yet, and there's really no opportunity to do so in Costa Mesa, a city I grew up in and I love, if not for something like this. I understand it's, as a county and as a city, we're going to transition into more housing. While I can sympathize and understand the need to want to have the best possible housing solutions available, I will say firmly and with full knowledge of all my friends, they are all co-living in some capacity, maybe renting a room in a house, maybe bunking up in apartments. There is a need that has to be addressed somewhere. And I don't want to let perfect be the enemy of good. I think for what we have going, this is warrants enough to study further. I feel I am more comfortable with it than most because I am looking at my future 10 years from now. And I am seeing that there really is no place for me to buy a house unless I am going to inherit a lot of my money from my non-existent rich family or get a really great job that I probably won't be getting there soon. So for me, I think as a council, maybe it's time to look forward, not just 10 years from now, but 20 years from now, 30 years from now. You know, a quarter population is between 24 and 35. Are we fitting their needs? Because if we are not, they will leave our city and go to other cities that will fit their needs. You know, we talk a lot about economic development. I think it's a very crucial part of cities that oftentimes councils don't give enough credence. It's our job to ensure we have a healthy, vibrant city and economy. I view housing as part of that. So I'm really pleased with this project. I definitely agree with a lot of the concerns. We have to address them at some point within this year, but I think this warrants moving forward.
Okay, I won't be supporting the motion, and it's not about housing for me. It's about, if you put this in here, you can't do anything else with regard to creating a vibrant commercial corridor that's related to the hotels. And so, frankly, you can buy a house in my neighborhood, 6,000 square foot lot, 2,500 square foot house, that's cost less than probably what they're going to sell for right now. So that's not affordable. It's not going to be affordable housing. It can't be, because the cost to build this site. So I don't think we should be thinking that this is going to be an affordable housing development, because it's not. Housing, in my opinion, should be planned for. And what I would like us to do, we're going to vote on this, but let's vote on it, and then I'm going to request something else. Call for the question. Whoops. Can you clear the board? Can you clear the board? Okay, call for the question.
Motion carries 4-2. Councilmember Mar and Mayor Foley voting no.
Okay, I would like to request that staff come back to us with a plan to revise the Newport Boulevard specific plan. And that we address whatever are the obstacles that would allow us to do that. Okay.
Thank you.
And City Manager Farrell Harrison, do you need a motion for that, or is it sufficient for us? You don't need a motion. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. We have nothing further. Any additional comments from anyone? Nope. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We got in before midnight. I'll adjourn the meeting.
Wait, is that really?